All right. We're good.
Hey, fellas.
Good evening.
Hey, what's up, man? Just adding some stuff real quick here.
I'm assuming no one here is a World Cup. I'm definitely not.
No, is it over?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I see other people posting about it and stuff like that. I think it's like a month long or something, or months long.
I don't even know how long it's been. The only thing I searched for is whether Japan is still in it.
Is that like the only country to be sort of like loosely rooting for, or like
I'm not really okay. And I'm about to say, probably will not. Okay, apparently it's still going on, and the next. They're on. So they got out of the group stages now in like the big round. So, on Monday, next Monday, it'll be Japan versus Brazil. At least one of the matches. It'll be round of 32. Okay, so looks like we've still got quite a ways to go. So Japan is actually number 2 in standings. Interesting. So it's Netherlands number 1, Japan number 2, Sweden number 3, Tunisia number 4. It's saying, oh no, sorry, this is Group F standing. Sorry, okay, not like okay. So they're number 2 within Group F. Okay. But it looks like they got out of their group, so maybe the top 2 gets out. Maybe that's how that works. Anyway,
that sounds about right.
The only reason why, and the only reason why, is that like I like anime, as I've never been shy. I'll let you guys know, and there is there's only 2 sports anime I've ever watched. I usually like watching things with like blood and violence. Right, that's my bag. But like I tried this one sports anime because like people will always talk about it, like it is like quite a lot. I heard the name and all that. I'm like okay, look, let me give it a try. Like maybe I should expand my horizons or whatever. Right? Like,
no, never do that. That's ridiculous.
So there was this one. It's called Haikyuu. This is the first one I had ever watched, and it's about like a volleyball team, and it's about like like working with your teammates and all that, and like the feel good feelings, and it's like it's really fun. It's actually like a great one. It's like I don't care about volleyball. I couldn't care less about that. But like the characters are like really fun and exciting, and like like some amazing like standout like hilarious moments from it, right? Like me just like laughing out loud in my room the entire time. So I really enjoyed that one. So I'm like, okay, all right, I watched one, so let me try one more, right? And then there was a brand new anime coming out, and it's called Blue Lock. So it's by brand new, I mean like a few years ago. It was brand new when it first came out, right? And Blue Lock is about soccer. So like Haikyuu was about like teammates working together to do the thing. Blue Lock is about fuck your teammates. Like it should all be you. Like you need to score. You need to be number 1, right? And anything getting in your way from scoring again, right, is your own weakness, right? So it's wild. It's a wild anime, but it's about soccer, and like literally, like the point is, right. So like the premise is that the Japanese national soccer team is like good, but like not good enough, and that it will, because apparently, and I learned this from the anime, it's never won the World Cup, and like the anime says they will never win the World Cup because they don't have like a striker, which is like the person who like the attacker, right, the goal scorer, who like is not of a high enough quality. You have to be the best striker, right, to actually like get all the way to the end. And they created like a program to like create one of those things. That's like the premise of the show. And so like because of that, I'm just like interested enough in Japan soccer to Google it and to see, oh, is it
Just like how they're
Amazing.
progressing, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah, no, I understand.
exactly.
I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes
So, no,
sense.
I get-
I know.
That was the answer to that. It was more than you were expecting.
No, but that's the power of anime. It inspired you enough to just even start keeping track and pay attention to one team during the World Cup.
And literally, I just go to Google. I put like Japan World Cup, and then like it gives you the standings. I'm like, okay, that's it.
Nice.
I hope. I wish the best. I'm not sure that I haven't checked USA. Are we still? Did we make it out of the group stages? I haven't.
Apparently, we were in the lead or something. I don't know. I feign some interest and like I fake like I'm interested, but this year I just have not at all. I don't know. so
wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, we looks like we were number one in our group stage, which was Group D, and we got into the round of 32. So on Wednesday, July 1st, USA versus Bosnia and
Herzegovina, yeah.
I've never heard of this place. I don't know what that place is.
I think it's just like
Bosnia,
commonly shortened to Bosnia, but it is.
Oh, is that like the full country name? Is that what it is? Okay, all right. All right. Well, fair enough. Okay. Well, we're still in. There we go.
Yes.
We delivered your updates.
There you go.
The chat. You live?
Dude, I didn't really understand it. I think you have to understand like soccer by like watching it in a sport in a country that really loves soccer. You know, it's like such a uniting sport throughout the world. And I was in my honeymoon, and we were in Costa Rica. It happened to be during the World Cup. And we like went there to like the main city of the capital, to like the main block. And they won, and it was bedlam, bro. I'd never seen anything like that. Like, you know, like parades of people, like everyone's on their cars. Everything was just, it was honestly so cool. I can like, if
we have those.
yeah, like, kind of in the Knicks thing. Hey, Helen, thank you so much. Yeah, I guess with the Knicks a little bit, you know, but it does get so wild, and it was so cool. But yeah, I feel kind of like disconnected from soccer without it.
I don't know. I'm definitely not like a sports person, but like I do find, let's say, I don't know, just the regional aspect of sports so interesting. Even though, you know, we're talking about soccer or let's say football, and that's usually considered like international, as in it's usually, you know, the slogan is like whatever the biggest sport in the world, and probably is the most followed internationally. But like I can tell, like as in my province of Quebec, like are there let's say French Quebecois individuals, I'm highly confident they don't care about the World Cup. But you know, when hockey season and when the Montreal Canadiens are in the playoffs, like this city like is definitely like electric. Or rather like the city will be destroyed if you know, the Canadiens lose, stuff like that. Or even if they win, it'll be destroyed. But yeah, it's just so, but like I also know that probably like my city's reaction or investment in hockey is like, well, it's unique to this city, and virtually aside from maybe like Toronto, maybe a close second, but I'm pretty sure generally speaking, from what I understand, like in the United States, like nobody really cares, even though you have many hockey teams. Does anybody is really truly invested? Like do people go rioting for, you know, hockey wins and the Stanley Cup?
Yeah, exactly, bro. I mean, I think hockey is just a better sport than soccer. I mean, in all aspects, plus the hitting, plus the brutality, plus the combat nature, plus it's just, there's just so much. I like it so much better.
Prime, that should be a sport up your alley with the blood and the fighting.
I tried watching soccer as a kid. I tried like, okay, like this might be interesting. Let me try to be, you know, it was like, you know, like I was never a sports guy, like ever, like, and, you know, other kids are sports guys, and like, you know, they sometimes want to talk to me about it. I'm like, oh, so like I was like, you know, trying out.
Thank you so much, Alan, for the super chat.
Football put me to sleep. Like I just couldn't, and basketball too. Like I tried, I just couldn't do it. So I'm like, all right, let me try hockey, you know. And I tried that. I watched a few games, and in the end, I didn't care.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like I pretty much very similar, if not identical experience to you of like, you know, whatever. observing other people having conversations about sports and like them rattling off statistics, and like that's just like a foreign concept to me of like why would I
You
care?
want
Why
to
would I
be a
ever
part of
track?
the conversation, right? Like, and like
Yeah.
it's great if you're into sports because like it's just like the easiest club to be a part of, right? You can just walk
Absolutely.
in anywhere, right? And just like, hey, how about that
Or
local
fantasy
sports team?
leagues, all that stuff. Like,
Oh yeah, fantasy leagues that like that blew up. And
Yeah.
like I had like in my
Thank you, Ivy.
in one of the places I worked in previously, these guys that like I liked a lot, they were cool. And we would talk.
Thank you for the gifts, Ivy. Thank you.
But
Appreciate
like
that.
they had like a fantasy sports thing, right? They asked me to join. And I'm like, I really am not going to. Like, I don't care and all that. And then they're like, look, we know you don't know anything about football, but like just like
Try it
go
out.
and like we'll like tell you
Yeah.
like what to do and all that. I'm like, I'm not going to invest the time. I'm just
Yeah.
not going to do it. I'm going to do like 2 things and then I'm never going to open the app or whatever it was again. So like, I felt bad about that. But like, I did want to, like,
Yeah.
like if I was that type of person, I would have loved to like have another activity that we could have like talked about.
Thank you, Sanish.
Gotten, bonded over.
Mm-hmm.
no, I get it. Believe me, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like sports, but it's like eclectic, weird sports like F1 and UFC and jiu-jitsu
Whoa,
stuff.
is F1 a sport?
What? How dare you get out of here? Get out of here.
I'm at least qualified to talk about.
Lots
I
of-
know about the F1 movie. That was a cool movie.
Yeah. Also, whether or not chess is a sport, that's like it's a very popular discussion for amongst. Anyway, only if we're elevated and hanging out at my apartment in San Diego. That's my. We were talking about that all the time. What was that, Prime? I'm sorry.
I was just going to tell you
yeah.
about the collab link in the yeah.
Okay. Sick. Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's tough, man. I think I do feel like there is like a sport for everyone, out there. There has to be something for everyone, and I think that's like the cool part about it, where there is like some sport somewhere that you must like.
Let me tell you about this.
Prime is up to the challenge to prove you wrong.
yeah. Well, I mean, like I've watched the Olympics and like they can be fun, right? But, like I don't like follow these things, right?
Yeah.
Like at most, and even I haven't watched the Olympics for a while, right? I say that, but like I didn't watch the last Summer Olympics or last Winter Olympics or anything like that. Like it's like I didn't bother, like because like do I gotta go to get an app? Do I have to like
dude?
download the Peacock
Don't
app
get
or
me
something?
started
Like,
with that. Oh my god, I hate that.
Like-
It's so crazy.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm disconnected from. I don't have cable anymore, right? Like I get everything from YouTube. If it's not on YouTube, then I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But in any case, so 2 things. One, I had an argument with those same guys, right? One of my friends, he was big. I mean, like of those group of friends, one of them was like an even standout among the others in terms of how much he loves sports, right? And so like I was like, hey, why can't esports be a sport? Right? Like, yeah, I just
True.
like, I said it, and then like there was a big pushback on
True.
that, like, well, esports can't, it's unathletic and all that, right? And I had like a back, me, right? I'm willing to argue. That was like a big thing. It's like, no, it's got to be like it can be a competition, but it can't be a sport. I'm like, I don't know, but it can be. Like we can just open it up, right? To that. We don't have to gatekeep that.
Yeah.
I don't really care. It doesn't really matter to me. But that's not the big thing, right? So that was just one argument, right? The second one, oh my God. Okay, fellas, I didn't see this one coming. I didn't see it coming. So like my friend, he loves the local sports team, right? It was I think we were talking about football. Maybe I'm pretty sure football. No, yeah. Anyway, so the point is, we were talking about this, and he's like, yeah, like, yes, you can be a fan of any football team, but like you have to be born in the city.
Oh, geez.
Right? To be a
real fan
of the local team, right? And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Like, hey, like I feel like you could just like move, right? Or I know because like my friend, a close friend of mine growing up, his favorite team is like, the 49ers, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is he doesn't live wherever those people are. But he doesn't like the local team, right? That was his team. And if you ask him, he would say he's a real fan. He's been following them for years, right? Since he was a little kid, I guess. I think maybe his father or something like got him into it. But according to my work friend, yes, you cannot be a true fan of a local team. And again, I don't care, but like I'm like, but this doesn't sound right, and I just like kept pushing back on him, right? And we've never seen this guy like more angry. it was like a thing, like because I just kept going because I was like curious as to how far I could take this, right?
Yeah.
Like just kept like pushing him and asking him questions, giving him hypotheticals, right? And it just kept getting pissed. Literally at the end, right? Like we worked in an office space with other people, and we had debates all the time. It was like a regular thing, especially with me there, right? Like I would be the
with you moderating.
not moderating, just instigating.
Panel discussions from the cubicles.
Yeah, I would be the person if we were gonna have a debate, right? I'd be the guy who brings something up, and then we the whole office space would start talking about it. This is the only time they're like, "Hey, maybe we should just stop. Like, we need to chill. why don't we just talk about something else?" Because he got this heated over this question. No, you have to be born there to be a real true fan. Okay, right?
Yeah, it's tough.
For the sake of workplace safety, we got to call it quits.
Yeah. I didn't ask him this back then, but because it didn't occur to me, but sometimes teams move.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
They move cities.
I've had that myself. The Rams moved from LA to St. Louis and back since this. So it's very weird.
In that case, the people of the departing city, are they still real fans? And the people of the arriving city, are they real fans? Are you imported?
It happens a lot.
Happens there?
It happens a lot. The Chargers left San Diego. That was a cool. Hey, what's up, Stop This Video? How's it going?
Right? We should nationalize these damn teams, right? We just pot it over into some nonsense. No, seriously, it's awful. It's an awful thing. I don't care about sports, but this is awful.
You're paying for it. All of our tax money is paying for it. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Awful.
It is.
And I obviously I agree with your assessment, Prime, and I also probably would have done the same strategy because or I would have pushed it as well because at the end, could you say, or I can make the argument that you can only be a true hockey fan if you're a Canadian because even though you have American 70% of if I have my numbers correctly 70% of the hockey players, even of
Stop This Video, another 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, man.
The teams, but
interesting.
All the players mostly just come from Canada.
I didn't know that.
Wow,
okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so, are you rooting for the Las Vegas Kings, even though it's 9 out of the 10 players is Canadian?
Canadian, eh? Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, it is cool. I'm a Ducks fan, so that was a part of that whole expansion with Gretzky going to the Kings and stuff too. So, it is interesting. But alas, gentlemen, let's just say, okay, a lesser panel would say, "I told you so," would lead here and say, "This is why we don't allow Fox News television hosts to lead departments in our government of how they've harmed people." Lesser people would really screw the nail. But right now, at the Pentagon, we take this as a W for the people and the Marines and the troops, because now the Pentagon has restored the mandatory flu shots for all the recruits as the boot camp outbreak sickens to nearly 300. The Pentagon said Wednesday that the boot camps for all the military services are once again requiring the flu vaccination for all recruits after the Defense Secretary Peter John H. Hegseth III made the shot optional for the military.
Is that his full name, really?
No.
Sorry.
The development confirmed by the AP by a Pentagon official comes amid a growing weeks-long flu outbreak at the U.S. Air Force boot camp at Lackland Air Force Base that was sickened to nearly 300 people. However, the official, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss details, maintained that the permission to mandate the vaccinations was unrelated to the outbreak. I love that. The idea that
it was just coincidence.
Yeah, exactly. It's just coincidence that it's happening. I mean, like genuinely, I mean this sincerely. Like we celebrate when Trump gets vaccinated because he gets his health report shown. I think it's important that everyone gets vaccinated. It's good that the president's getting vaccinated. He needs to survive long enough to spend long years in jail.
Absolutely.
So he's not getting the flu way out of this. Genuinely for these recruits and stuff, it's a huge win for them. So I think. I think it is a win for everyone involved.
I agree. Like I'm glad, although I'm uncertain of because Pete Heads, Pete Hegseth, like I think the intention was like throughout all of the military. But does this just extend only to like whatever Pentagon recruits, or like this is now like a reversion of what Pete Hegseth intended, or is this like a carve out an exception here, if you're able to say it? But that's sort of like the impression that I got from the article, is that certain branches of whatever the military or whatever defense are like asking for exceptions. Like even though Pete Hegseth, made whatever this decree or reversion, it's like I think they mentioned the article like the Air Force and the Navy and like the Army are like looking for exemptions of like, hey, can we ignore this stupid order?
Oh no. Oh, I didn't catch that. That's funny.
And so I could be wrong though. Like I don't want to, but at least that's just from what I'm understanding of the article. Like
oh yeah, here it is. Yeah. However, both the Army and the Navy officials have said that they have asked for permission to make the shot mandatory for certain broad groups that include troops deploying overseas, healthcare workers, and childcare workers. That'd be really big. Like obviously you want childcare workers to be vaccinated. That's a mandatory vaccination. Because I mean
I would hope and let's say I'm glad, or rather, well, from what I understand of the article, based off what you just read as well, of like these branches are asking for an exemption, but it's not necessarily granted. As in, it sounds like Pete Hegseth can like deny it of like, no, you can't ignore my stupid decree or order, which would be a bad thing. But I'm glad at least that the branches of the military are like, at least making an attempt to actually follow good practice and disobey Pete Hegseth. It is stupidity.
True.
But the fact that it has to get to this point is a sad state of affairs. And even then, just based off of the article, just the overall mentality is also at least concerning to me. But I'm not a soldier, because when Pete Hegseth, whatever, did this change, and it says in the article of only 40% of the new trainees moving through the boot camp at Lackland opted to receive the shot once it became optional, a source said familiar with the situation.
That's so ridiculous.
So just the fact that once it was made optional, 60% actually refused it.
That's wild.
You have to think about what the type of people are who go into the military voluntarily, right? Where they're drawing from. Some communities are more likely, more apt to go to the military than others. It's just the way it is here. And some personality types are drawn to the military, more than others. Of the recruits, right? That number shouldn't be super surprising. Unfortunately,
that's fair. Yeah, maybe not surprising, but no. Yeah, that's valid criticism.
No, but not that it shouldn't. It's not a problem, because still, that is an indication about what those communities think, right? What's going on there. And these are young individuals, right? These aren't you're the old, I mean, you can imagine this from a 6-year-old Fox News viewer, right? Okay, yeah, they're gonna push back, but these are young kids, right? These are Gen Z, mostly, these new recruits, and they aren't given the choice of no, I won't get vaccinated. That's concerning. That's still concerning, even if it's they're coming from certain areas. That's still pretty it's hard to even know how to assess that, and Like it's a ramification for public health. Well, the easy thing to assess though is what would happen if you allow 60% of recruits to not get vaccinated, right? And this is the thing that happened. Yeah, disease spreads. Who could have seen it coming, right?
They kind of did a test. They
and-
kind of did a trial run.
Yeah, of their stupidity,
Yeah.
right?
And it didn't take long.
Did not take long at all. It didn't
I mean, why? But why would it, right? Like these people are coming from all parts of the country. They are like put into stressful situations. It's not like they're sitting in an office. Well, I mean, some of them eventually are, but like especially for new recruits, right? Like you're doing strenuous things. So like your health is at like various levels. Your ability to fight infection, right? It's at various levels. If you're putting under that like physical strain, and then like a lot of heavy breathing, that happens there. And then you're stuck in a barracks, right?
Yeah, the close quarters, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't disease spread here? Like, again, and I think I said this last week, is like disease is a thing that has for time immemorial has like destroyed armies, right? Like they got that back then. It's like they didn't understand the disease spreading mechanism. They're like, hey, whatever it is, we got to stop that. We have to put countermeasures in place, so that like we have the advantage on the field, but like half of our people can barely stand because they're like so weak, right? Like so that's a big effing problem. It's like logistical lines, like providing food. That's like a big issue for armies, right? Like you can't like feed your army, that's going to fall apart very quickly, right? And then also sickness, which spreads like easily. We've known this like since warfare started, like formal warfare was a thing. And then we had this magical moment, right? Magical moment a few hundred years ago when we started like vaccinating people.
Yeah.
We had the ability to vaccinate people, right? Like starting with like you were saying the smallpox, right?
George,
the smallpox or whatever.
George Washington for
for
smallpox, yeah.
Yeah, right? Like we had a magic when that happened, right? How many military commanders would kill everyone? How they would cut through other armies to be able to get that, right? Because that's such a game changer for around the world. But then us with these idiots in charge, right? Like we decide like we are going to give up this incredible war fighting advancement, right? So to the point that it's standard everywhere else because no one's stupid enough to do this, right? Everyone else is standard. They got it. They get it, right? But then we run the experiment here, right? What if we like drop our national IQ by a few tens of points, right? See what happens. Oh, found out.
I know this
and I guess maybe thankfully, sorry to interrupt, but maybe thankfully found out, like in these type of conditions, or like trainees and like new recruits. But like, also like to your point, of like, obviously, like I agree with everything. But it's just, it's so interesting to me of like, from what I understand of Pete Hegseth, he's like every other person in their position of like, they want the United States military to be the most deadly military, the most effective. Right? Yeah. And I think one of the reasons why, and correct me if I'm wrong, of like he's generally against having women serving in the military because like you can only have as in to be the most deadly and effective military, it has to be only men, big strong men. But then if you're just sidelined with measles, like I don't understand.
Getting taken out by little wussy viruses.
They're like sidelined with the flu. Like obviously I know that there are laws and conventions against biological warfare, but to me it's like, assuming this is like feasible, like it's the easiest, if like another army is not vaccinated intentionally, I would, as a tactic, it seems reasonable to me of like sacrifice a few recruits of like, hey, you should get captured. We'll intentionally infect you with measles and then just go get captured and then go to town.
That's what my fellowship through the Department of Defense was about rapid vaccine deployments in a bioterrorism scenario like that. Basically, the story was that they're outside, they're stationed outside somewhere, and we got word that there was going to be some type of attack based off of a specific bioweapon that was based off of some type of virus. So then we could massively deploy vaccines by, you know, making it in these like algae bioreactors or something like that that people could eat, or there could be, you know, and theoretically you could make it inside of algae chloroplasts in hours. So you could go from zero to like actual vaccinations, you know, pretty quickly. So that was the story, because everything has to be about troop readiness if you're going to get, you know, funding through there. So that was, ironically, that was the thing. But yeah, man, I think like patriotism, this is what I talk about, like when I say patriotism requires vaccinations. You know, when your patriotism is
I agree.
improving your city, your community, and that starts like for the troops and improving, looking out for one another, you know, and that's you can't be looking out after one another if you're coming from all across the globe, and then coming into a tight space. And not, are they masking when they're traveling internationally, you know, before they get there? Probably not. So what if someone just brought the flu in, and it's not even a flu season, you know, like it's not even a really bad like time. So it just probably took, you know, like it didn't take much in order for this to happen, and here we are, you know. And it's really this pathetic. And Prime, you're exactly right. You know, the idea of, you know, doing everything that you can, every due diligence, right? That's the whole point of like the military mindset kind of thing, right? Where it's like, I'm going to leave no stone unturned to make sure that everything is thorough, that and just to go so haplessly, you know, if they're not doing vaccinations, are they really going to do body armor? Are they going to be doing, you know, all these other things that you would expect things to be checked?
What about
Probably
food
not.
Sanitation? Maybe just have like raw, uncooked
Raw
meat,
milk,
right?
like
Just serve it.
genuinely, like are they gonna have raw milk? Like probably, like there's probably some of them that are thinking that. Or if you're, you know, if you're gonna be coming in wounded from the field, like what happened to some, you know, raw garlic on my wound or something like that, you know, as opposed to, you know, a field dressing, you know, where does it stop? You know, if we're in there entertaining conspiracy, you know, where does it stop? And that's the real dangerous thing.
And yeah, I agree with your point. At least, I think I even mentioned it last week, or when we were talking about something similar, or even like whatever this, well, the original decision. But like, you characterizing it as like vaccination as patriotic or to not be vaccinated is unpatriotic, because you know I'm not a soldier, and I probably will almost certainly never will be, and have no aspirations ever to be a soldier. But like, and maybe this is just me, but I would personally, if I was a soldier, I would feel guilty if like as a result of my choices, another soldier got sick because of me, and like that decreased their ability to like, you know, be an effective soldier. Uh, like,
Yeah.
again, in my mind, if you are trying to serve your country in the military in the most effective way, like, well, would you not want to be the most? I understand Two Prime's point of like there are reasons why they have these beliefs. So I know I know it's not driven necessarily by bad intentions, but hopefully, well, one would think the military has, you know, systems or things in place that can address these types of whatever knowledge gaps of like, hey, these are the reasons why we've had these policies, and that in order to be an effective fighting force, it's good that you be overall healthy, and that includes not being infected by things that are preventable.
Yeah, dude. I mean, put it in video game terms. Like, would we really accept a 1% chance that a damage over time spell is casted over our entire troops, so that 5% of them die in the raid before we even get to the monster? Like, nobody would be okay with that.
No, I might be. If there was like a massive buff that comes on with it, right? Like,
no, you wouldn't. Before it even, there's no loot yet. We haven't even slain the monster, bro. We're like still,
fair enough.
We're
We
prepping.
haven't actually begun the battle.
Yeah, we're still handing out food and water to the troops and trying to buff, before. So, like there's just you would do nothing. You do everything that you can in order to at least have everyone prepared and buffed and ready to go. It's just, if you translate it to like a damage over time, the attack, it's insane to be okay with that type of like, even a 1% chance. Even 1% happens all the time.
Yeah. And it's just, but it's just like, and it's far higher. And again, it's like, and out of like all the conditions, like we already spelled it out, all the conditions for like quick, rapid disease spread happens in a military camp, right? Either here at home or, but like, it's even worse when you're actually out in the field, right? Like imagine actually deploying troops, right? To another country and like holding territory there, right? Like, and those conditions are not like very sanitary. Like as far as I know, these guys are at like a base, right?
Yeah.
Like a domestic base. It's just like, it's fine, right? Like it's good. Where we have like tight control over the area, but you don't have tight control over a forward base. Like,
Yeah.
of course you would want them vaccinated. It's so dumb. Like
It
just shows like a lack of IQ. It shows like it shows like a contempt, a contempt of knowledge. It's not like sorry, I can't even blame it on IQ because like he knows better, right? Like he like understands the concept. He's not that dumb, right? It's just, hey, I've got to perform politically, right? Like do a performative political action, right? And this is what I'm gonna do. But the military, at the very least, is one of the institutions, right? That like usually doesn't get up to like performative nonsense, right? Gets up a bunch of other nonsense, but like not performative, because like our friend Corey was saying, right? Like because it's about being functional and being like deadly, right? Being prepared, right? That's the mindset of like most like military men. You talk to them, that's what they're talking about, right? That's what they're thinking.
Yep.
But like just this is like a contempt of like the most of a group of other. This is like a like own the libs type thing, right? Like, oh, they told us, right? They kept telling us, oh, we gotta get vaccinated. They told us that we were what did Hillary Clinton call them? The
basket of deplorables
or basket of deplorables.
Yeah, basket of deplorables. Like, we're deplorable. We're gonna show them, right? We're gonna show them. We're not gonna get vaccinated, right? And like this, it's like it's breathtaking the stupidity that went into such a decision.
But hey,
and I'm curious. Sorry, go ahead, Greg.
At least they changed their mind. At least I agree. I agree, Prime. I totally think that it's but at least they changed their mind. Go ahead, Corey.
I was going to say, can we conclude based off of some of the talking points during COVID, as in, the individuals that got sick with the flu, they should probably be kicked out of the military, because shouldn't that be a sign that their immune system is not up to snuff?
True.
Their immune system should have been able to take care of it. That means they're not healthy, right? That means they should be excluded from the military.
They're too weak. They weren't eating.
Conclusion.
They didn't have their micronutrients. They were eating
ivermectin, not enough hydroxychloroquine, not enough vitamin C or vitamin A. Pick your nutrient.
That's a really good point. Yeah, exactly. What were they doing? What was their prophylaxis treatment like? But that it just goes to like an unseriousness of this thing, and I think that's what, they're very unserious people. But speaking of unserious people, man, Corey, you had such a good article that you posted. Inside the CDC's mad scramble to meet Kennedy's demands. And this really goes to show that it's really not just Hegseth. It is an entire administration, the clown show that's happening, where, basically a cache of internal emails offers a look at the pressure the nation's public health officials faced from the new health secretary in the early months of the Trump administration. Less than 24 hours after Robert F. Kennedy became the nation's health secretary, his press secretary delivered an order from him to the CDC: take down your advertising campaign promoting flu vaccines. It was February 2025. Flu season was full in swing, and it was a bad one. This is when 68 children were killed, 11 in a week, and 16,000 people overall. Lots of hospitalizations. Nicole Coffin, the veterans communications expert who took the press secretary's call, dashed off in an email she was writing and basically said, and basically they go into how just at the very start, here we go. The exchanges over the flu vaccine campaign are in a cache of internal CDC emails obtained last week by the New York Times and published online this week. The messages provide a detailed look at a period of transition in which the leaders of the nation's public health agency frequently found themselves buffeted and dismayed by the agenda imposed by Mr. Kennedy and the new Trump administration. So it's just it is this idea that now they come in and now they're just throwing caution to the wind. All these different panels, everything that was once shepherded by scientists, were now going to be led by people that they had no idea. They were actually trying to use special Title 42 laws here. Quote from the New York Times: CDC political leaders went to great lengths to install Mr. Kennedy's allies in key positions, even if they did not have crucial professional qualifications for the job, the documents show. The agency tried to use Title 42, a federal code that permits scientific experts to be hired without going through their regular civil service process, to put a businessman who is a longtime activist on behalf of parents of children with autism in charge of the National Center of Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities. So they were trying to use whatever they could, any type of safeguard that existed, trying to throw it out the window to get unqualified people into these positions.
Yeah, and I guess not surprisingly, but it's the hypocrisy obviously is never truly surprising, but it's funny looking back of Trump, the narrative of like especially Trump running for term one. I think one of his catchphrases was like "drain the swamp," right?
Yeah.
But like now he's made a swamp for the Lincoln Memorial pool, but then also like based off of this article and what we just went through, it was like he's installing like the swamp of like unqualified people and like using whatever he can. Well, not Trump per se, but his appointee Kennedy as a lackey to get the people that he wants just to accomplish whatever goals, no matter what the cost is. And very sad state of affairs.
Yeah, it's embarrassing that he had so much power. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh no, I was just gonna read another part of the article, right? So what our friend Greg just read, like putting the ally in place, right? Well, that ally is named Max Blaxill, and a Harvard Business School graduate, and he had he's one of these autism types, and not doesn't have autism, sorry, but autism campaigners, and he put out like a medical journal and stuff article, but they have to be retracted. One of them had to be retracted in 2023 because but yeah. But in any case, the next paragraph within that article says the emails that the Times got, the emails confirm, as the Times had previously reported, that Mr. Kennedy was deeply involved in efforts to gain control over the vaccine safety data link, or VSD, a database of millions of confidential medical records that he believes has the potential to prove a link between vaccines and autism, a theory that has been debunked in numerous studies. His own top aides were under pressure too. So, and then he goes on to say, Mr. Kennedy, quote, wants to buy all the VSD data and put it in the office of the secretary. Rain Archer, his senior counselor, wrote to Dr. Horry and other officials, quote, this may be a leap, but there are other ways to achieve this. But today, CDC is not ready to take big leaps. I am being told we must find a way to take big leaps. I need your help on this. So like they're trying to take over this database, again, to prove the link between autism and vaccines, right? Like that is from the start. This is his goal, right? Like his life work. I'll definitely have like this. Like if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be within this database, right? Which I imagine like talks about outcomes like after a vaccination. So we got to get our hands on this thing. Well, hey man, this has been a year, right? Like a year plus since he's been in charge. Where is it? we're like he has the department, right? The department at his fingertips to like assess this, right? But now he doesn't. There are no more bureaucrats in his way. None of that, right? He's in charge. He has the data. Yeah, where's the study, right? That proves this, right? He has the raw. He can do the statistical analysis. It's in there, right? It's in there. We haven't heard a peep. He still like talks about like obviously there's a relationship here. There's a link, right? But at this very moment, like he should have like had a press conference. It's like, you know, we got him. We got it, right? Like rolling in like reams of like of printed paper of data, right? You know, like
the Epstein files thing.
Press,
they
right?
they could use the same empty binders.
Right? Yeah, and just like have them stacked is like they told us we were crazy, right? But we found the link statistically. They would have done it if they had anything. If they had anything, right? And it's incredible that his base just like doesn't seem to like think about that.
Yeah.
It's like, why don't you have it? Why don't like there should be no question because we have the data, right? There's no government shadowy bureaucrats.
The deep state
got it.
They've gotten rid of.
Yeah, the deep state. Like swamp drained. That's what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
But they still don't have it. And none of his idiot supporters either think about that or actually care. Because at some point, right, it wasn't even about, and we've talked about this plenty of times before, right? At some point, it wasn't about like actual finding evidence or actually like caring about being allowed to be consistent. It became culture, right? Like part of our culture now is that we're anti-vax, right?
Yeah.
Saying you're anti-vax is a stand-in for a lot of other things, a lot of cultural baggage, right? Saying like how you position yourself within like the American society, right? How you position yourself relative to other people, right? When you're saying, well, of course I'm anti-vax, right? You're like signaling to people, I'm either one of you or I'm against you, right? And that doesn't require evidence, not at all, right? So it's of no consequence, these people, right? That like none has been provided, even though you're in charge now. It's amazing.
Yeah, obviously I agree with you, and like for sure that, you know, at least all signs point to they have, you know, full institutional control. And like, you know, I think, you know, we got that one wild press conference about, you know, Tylenol and autism. But like, yeah,
that was wild.
Now they have all the data and access to all the data, and like RFK should have access to scientists and, you know, let's say world leading experts. You know, he can run the analysis. But like, as Prime pointed out, there are reasons why, you know, nothing's actually being reported. There's no press conference. They're like, oh, the groundbreaking finding, or here's the truth, okay, that the deep state and the libs have been hiding from you all these years. And I'm just curious, although I can sort of speculate how it's going to play out. But like, yeah, how is it going to play out, you know, 3 years down the line when hopefully Trump is out of office or is no longer whatever part of politics? Like, yeah, does the collective consciousness of MAGA Republicans just move on, or like they just forget of like it's still an open question of autism? Now, are they going to recognize that RFK didn't solve it, and that,
right.
That would they consider that a failure, or it's like no, the state was deeper than we thought. There was a deeper deep state.
Yeah, it's a weird. He knows that this stuff. I really do think that he really knows that there isn't anything here, because as we've said before, like he hasn't just gone in and banned the vaccines, right? They were truly poisonous and they were truly harming people. He would just ban them, and he can't. And it's that grift, and he's so far gone that, and he makes so much money off of it. I think that he thinks that these are for-profit companies that are taking advantage of people, and he's lying, but for a good reason. You know, that it's noble, It's kind of like he's the Robin Hood in his mind, where he's like stealing from the rich and these things and giving it to himself, which is then allowing him to fight more. You know, so it's not even like the full like giving it back to the poor, right? It's just him taking it to these guys. But the danger is so profound because just because of his position of power, people take him more seriously now. So just for example, you see this a lot with Trump. Trump will have repeated the same lie for 10 years before he even became president, right? But then as soon as he's president, he's repeating the same lie and people think, well, he's president now, so he has access to information that nobody else has. So therefore he's telling the truth. And in the same way, Corey, like with the vaccines and autism conference, it didn't matter that they provided no information. They provided no new studies, like Prime was talking about, nothing. Like, but the fact that he just said that and now he's making that claim, now it's clippable, now it's on the internet. That's all that matters. Like and just like the Tulsi Gabbard last week saying, confirming lab leak. There's thousands of new Facebook posts that come up where now they're saying Tulsi Gabbard confirms lab leak is real and Fauci needs to go to jail.
Senator Rand Paul, I believe, tweeted about like the pardon for Fauci should not apply, or like we should change things so that we can actually go after Fauci.
Exactly.
Which is deeply concerning.
It doesn't matter as long as there's something that connects a confirmation bias that someone already has. That's all they need. That's all people need nowadays. And it's just so dangerous. I don't know how we like grip these people out of this algorithmic brain loop that they're in, because it's so self-satisfying to constantly be served things that only reinforce your narrative. And when it's something like as malicious and it takes so few people, that the reason why vaccines and why disinformation is so bad, particularly for vaccines, because it takes so few people to poison the well. It really does. Like, if we're talking about moon landing conspiracies and that kind of stuff, it's kind of like this kind of quaint thing, but it's like, how are people going to be actually impacted? But if we're talking about measles vaccinations where you need 95% efficacy or herd immunity to get the efficacy that you need, that's real, man. 5%, that's not a lot. And it allows them to really sully everything for everyone else in a disproportionate way.
Yeah, and to expand a little bit on your point, in terms of the problems with misinformation, disinformation, is from my perspective, like just the asymmetrical warfare, so to speak, in terms of the information. What do I mean by that? In terms of just taking the Tulsi Gabbard as an example of what she tweeted out in her last day of office, pretty much like the information dump of like, here's all the quote unquote evidence showing that, Fauci approved gain of function research and that, he's, the key player, leaking the virus to the public. And so he's responsible for, millions of deaths. And so to be clear, I did not go through every single piece of information that Tulsi Gabbard provided as, her evidence, because it's just like hundreds, if not thousands of pages.
I did.
You went through it?
Yes.
The entire thing?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same stuff that they have been doing. It's just redacted emails, man. It's wild.
I agree. But I went through one of them, like I think there were at least 4 links. There was like an index and like 4 links to the stuff, and each one is I think like 100, if not more, pages. And I went through one of them, and I went through one of them like pretty carefully, and like there was like, as far as I could tell, like nothing there. Obviously, as you said correctly, like a lot of redactions, but even there, of what was not redacted, nothing in there was like not even close to like a smoking gun at all. Exactly. And unless there was something really revelatory in the next set of documents, which I highly doubt that there was, but it takes so long to like, because like Tulsi Gabbard was just like, the tweet, my last day of office, and here's the information dump.
Yeah.
and then it takes hours and hours to like see that, oh, you're just BSing. And it's just like, yeah, it's asymmetrical. Just like with the anti-vax information, it's just easier to spread the lie than it is to debunk the lie.
I
It just takes so much more effort to do that.
I went through during when I was a microbiology professor at UC Riverside. I was a lecturer, I should say. This happened. The House Republicans had a report that came out confirming lab leak or whatever, and I went through it and went through all the pages, to show like what is disinformation, what are you looking for, how do you know if something's real or not, and I went over like the dozen papers that talks about back coronaviruses and how we did population genetics and tracing and how we know what's going on there, the sampling, and then you just have the actual evidence that they're presenting, and DNA is not even in there. The only mention of DNA is that there's restriction enzymes that exist inside the virus, which also exist within some paper that was published in like 2010 talking about how restriction enzymes could be used in order to make viral vectors. Like basically the restriction enzymes is just like,
and many other vectors.
Yeah,
Routinely.
those scissors that have like that weird cut on it. You could have like the circles, or you could have the jagged cut, and you just cut along the line, and it makes that perforate that line that special way. That's basically like what restriction enzymes do, but with DNA. So the idea that there is like some special ability, guys, you have restriction enzymes inside your DNA too, but that doesn't mean that you were leaked from a lab. So it's just there has to be an independent way to ascertain the truth. The truth has a value, okay? Truth has an in and of itself, independently of propaganda, of ideology, of dogmatism. Like there is a reality that exists, and we can understand and ascertain and research that reality through independent journalism, through science. These are the ways that fascism like attacks that perception of reality by taking those things down. Right? That's why those are the first like pillars to fall. And so if there was any type of vaccine or lab leak or something like that, there would be so much evidence out there outside of emails, outside of, RFK wouldn't have to go and try to ham fist all these people in there. There'd be tons of experts that were all like, oh, we can show you this study. This is contested here. And there just isn't. It really is that simple. And once you're an expert, you can kind of like, you can see it, and you can see the BS for what it is. But it's so it's so easy for conspiracies to latch into someone's mind, and that's the big problem, man.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I'm not sure what the solution is. As in, like, as much as I would like to think there can be, you can somehow institutionalize, the truth. I don't think, as far as I can tell, that's not like possible. Or rather, like, if there's some sort of institution devoted to like, to combat misinformation, disinformation, like if that gets captured by, the incorrect administration, it's like, that's just gonna make the problem worse.
I think. I mean, it's very tough. I mean, I think singularly, I think that the algorithms have made this way worse. The algorithmic based
sure.
reality that we all live in through social media, and the fact that a majority of people get their news from social media now. Those two things concatenated together are just kind of making us all kind of spiral. So
then do we extend, what countries are doing of the social media ban for, under 16 or whatnot?
For sure.
And just, everybody.
100%. I think in order to take back reality, you have to take back control over the social media, like the algorithms and the feeds. I think you have to. There has to be some way that we can have like transparency in these things, and also kind of, but it's tough, man. Like TikTok, I mean, TikTok tries to do more censorship than most on disinformation specifically, but there was like I was scrolling and there was some lady selling tuning forks, and she was, talking about that they were a cure-all. She like she hits them and then puts it to her chest, and she's like, I don't have any of these diseases or problems anymore. And you're like, what? Like, how could you say that? Like, what is going on? And on top of that, like, really, pushing back against disinformation on TikTok, I get false positives all the time. So, and that's like
Yeah, that I know.
algorithmic AI stuff too. So so even in my own scenario, like, I don't know how to do it. I would rather have almost like a laissez-faire, less regulated TikTok environment, because then I could actually go after these people more forcefully. So I still don't even know how it would happen.
Yeah, but it's almost like, well, it sounds like you're getting flagged by the algorithm, but like the quote unquote bad actors are not getting flagged by the algorithm, right?
I think that
seems like a problem.
there's so the conspiracies, it can change and morph so readily and easily that and they're so new that it takes them a little bit. There's some lag.
Oh, the
time
algorithm
for
can't
sure.
keep up.
Yeah, I do think
They're
but
evolving too fast.
there was an analysis done by like where these, and if you're in it and you're in this debate space, you literally see the same like stuff all the time. And basically there was like something like 60% of anti-vax content online was shared and originated from like 12 accounts. So there is a lot of
Hold on, give me that statistic again, please.
please fact check it. This is what I had heard, but it was like 60% of anti-vax propaganda was originated from like 12 accounts. So it's
Did it be on TikTok, or you just this is social media broadly?
I think it was Facebook. I think it was Facebook specifically, but I'm not 100% sure.
That's fair.
But that honestly tracks really well with like what we saw in the 2016 like Russian disinformation campaigns that we saw that our own government
I can believe that
saw.
on Facebook.
Yeah.
That sounds believable.
Facebook is the worst. Facebook, like my stuff does so well on Facebook because I am like I just show up in all these anti-vax feeds, and it is just wild. Like thousands of extra comments on my stuff versus like anything else.
Well, that's where all the boomers are.
Yeah, it's very odd. But it's I don't know how. The problem is that when you get someone like RFK in these positions and the damage that they can do, like it does the damage to the institution, but then it also emboldens all the other disinformation that flies out from it. And so it is like an exponentially bad thing, because now all the conspiracy people are like, see, that's why I'm never going to get a vaccine again, or something like that.
We were right all along.
Yeah, exactly. And how many times I've seen science. I don't trust science anymore after the pandemic.
So this is from NPR, May 14th, 2021. The title: Just 12 people are behind most vaccine hoaxes on social media, research shows. The disinformation doesn't produce 65% of the shares of anti-vaccine misinformation on social media platforms, said Imran Ahmed, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Countering Digital Hate, which identified the accounts. Yeah, interesting.
I've tried.
They say it's
go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
I've thought about this. So I've thought about how to counter this, and my solution would be to create pro-science memes and things to share for people to like counteract so that people could like just post them, because it's all images, guys. It's all like how people get to send and educate one another is all through images. You know, people will put like fake data together,
Well,
or
now
they'll
AI generated images. that
yeah,
are
exactly.
Poor quality.
So having some type of like infographic, you know, where it's like easily shareable, easily done. And I started doing that in terms of like viruses have never been isolated. So I made like an infographic of like all the different times that viruses have been isolated, and just like a big string of all the you know, all the different times, all the different viruses, all the different researchers. It's interesting that the feedback was like, oh wow, another more fake, more fake studies or whatever. So it's
Yeah, you've been ideologically captured.
yeah,
Greg,
yeah,
of course,
exactly.
by big virus.
Exactly.
But yeah, the research. So it's been a minute since I've dug into the research on misinformation on social media, or misinformation, disinformation on social media. But there was a time where I did a fairly deep dive, and like it is interesting. Where so we based off of one of the publications that I came across, doing some research on, is like it was like trying to answer the question of, because like there's this problem as we're just talking about, like misinformation, disinformation, and as Priman just brought up with the article, and as you said, Dr. Greg, is like there are clearly nefarious actors, or at least it looks like nefarious actors. There's like these whatever 12 accounts, largely responsible for a significant proportion of this misinformation, disinformation. But then it's like how does that get spread, right? As in, it takes more than just those 12 accounts, right? It takes those 12 accounts and the people sharing that information from those 12
Yeah.
accounts, right? And the research that I came across that I read is like, they were like trying to pick apart of like, well, what are the reasons why disinformation and misinformation spreads, and like the intentions of why people spread it, and it's like, at least based off of the study that I read, it's like it's actually not through bad intent, as in people just share these types of things because it's like it's an easy thing to do, as in it's sort of like just like almost like habitual for many people, of like they come across something that just like piques their interest, like, oh, it's as easy like sharing a story, and it's also easy if like if this gets you followers, right? Then like why not do it? Even just like one follower. It's just like just do the click of a button, send, share something, even if it's not true, or you don't care whether it's true or not, or like this is just an easy thing that I may or may not result in people following me, and
or
so
just not, it's not obviously untrue to you, right?
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Where people just seem to habitually just click on share, and doesn't really matter, whether it's true or not, or it's not really salient in the mind of like, does it even asking yourself the question like, does it matter whether I share something true or not? Is in they're just on autopilot. It seems like, at least based off the research that I read like 2 years ago, and also expanding upon like what you mentioned in terms of your idea of like, well, one way to combat it is maybe through memes and infographics, and I don't know how much this holds up today, although again, I think the research that I read was like whatever 3 or 4 years old. But like, it's interesting, looking at what gains traction on social media, because there was one study that sticks out in my mind about TikTok, and it was assessing like literally, I think it was like about ADHD content on TikTok, and it's like you have influencers that are spreading information about ADHD based off of their personal experience, as in not medical professionals, like, whatever. I'm sure at some point, everyone has come across this type of content of like, oh, this is how I manage my ADHD, or, this is how ADHD affects my life. But like everything that they're saying, or not everything, but there are things that are saying that are not true. But then when an actual medical professional, as in, a TikToker who is a verified medical professional, when they're spreading information about ADHD, that gains less traction than the personal story, the personal experience of the person with ADHD. Even though, as the study says, the individual with ADHD that's sharing their personal experience, that are more likely to say inaccurate things, does not resonate with people, and it's not share, or rather, it does resonate more with people as opposed to the accurate medical information coming from a doctor. It's just like people that just don't seem to care, or at least on average, they seem to care less when it's coming from a verified medical, because it's not a story. As in, if you're just sharing facts as a scientist or medical professional, it's like that understanding doesn't resonate with people.
Exactly. I mean,
this is the same thing. Sorry, you go first.
Go ahead, Prime. I was going to expand, but go for it.
Oh yeah. Well, also a quick expansion. It's just this is the same thing behind like maybe not like magazines that are dedicated to science, but maybe they could probably fall into this as well. But just news sites in general, when like what gets clicks, right? Is it the scientific article that confirms everything we already know, right? Or the one that says everything we already know is like up in flames, right? It's the headline that like says something shocking. And so that's when that will that's the study gets picked up, right? That's when it gets shared, whether they actually even read it and try to understand what's being said is one way or other. But if there's any study that's going to be overturned, it's going to be the one that like has like the wild result, right? Like I feel like you guys would know this better than me, right? Like that, like there's a body of work, and most once there's like an established theory, right, or like they're like people try to confirm it, right, in different ways, and most results will like cluster in one area, right? But then every so often you get a study that's like way off there, and maybe it has some truth to it, or maybe not. Maybe it's just an outlier, right? But like that outlier has some sort of like interesting or explosive like results. Well, then that's the one that gets spread, right? Regardless of anything else. So like whether it's true or not, it's interesting, right? And so that gets shared. Not like the dozens that say like, oh, everything we thought turns out it's still true, right? The world's still spinning on its axis,
It's still round.
The Prime, I think
it's still round.
I think that this is the problem that you've really hit the nail on the head, is that like they kind of like truthfully, like people on the right kind of, because of that, they kind of outwork us. They outwork us in like the social media aspect of like, I mean, how many times, guys, do you religiously follow someone to the point where within the first 10 minutes of them posting something, you are replying and in their comments, downvoting it, and then like getting into their comments and making multiple comments? You're not, because that's like a level of like psychopathy and manic behavior that's probably not healthy. Like that's not okay to do, right? But the point is that they're not getting paid to do that. They're obviously influenced by like some bot or something probably, and to start them on that journey. But now they are in a state of like paranoid schizophrenia where they are battling this dragon that just happens to be like me on their phone. And so, but my point is that like people in these spaces, they just engage more, they watch more of that content, it becomes a part of them, in kind of like this is their whole personality kind of thing. But then also they don't have like the seriousness in order to actually learn about it. They're not engaged with it like too much to actually influence or make the world a better place. So that's what I can't marry those thoughts. It's hard for me to understand. Like they're doing the work, they're doing the groundwork, they're pushing it's like a treadmill. They are in the really cardio. They are in full sprint mode, but they're not moving anywhere.
I mean, like the thing is that in social media in general, like I have them like, I'm not a Twitter guy, and happy for it. But like I see this on Discord. I'm more experienced with Discord, but like the same thing is you can say about all the major platforms, right? Like social media is where is the playground of people's psychological defects, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what you're seeing. Like the weird behavior that you just like can't explain. Like, yeah, why would a person be up in my comments, right? Like the moment that I'm posting, right? Saying like the worst things about me. Like when you're just Dr. Greg, I mean, like, right?
Yeah.
Like you're a good guy, right? Like you're just like and talking about science. Like why would a person like be up to that? Yeah, they got psychological defects. Like that explains actually most of like human history. Like so much of human history is that like these people with psychological defects, like the charming ones, right? Or the ones just born into high places, right? Get into positions of power, and then enact their psychoses like on the rest of us. Like that, so much of human history is just that. But for social media, right? Before it was like what you just had to worry about was like the person in charge, right? Like the head honcho. Like, is he stable, right? Like that's very important. But like now, like it opens up like people's psychoses for like I'm not sure that's the word. But for the common man, right? The common individual can go out there, pontificate, get attention, right? Have a marketplace for their attention. And like the more demented they are, like the more they fall into like whatever defect there is, the more they lean into that, the more response they get.
Exactly.
Right? Like being a normal, balanced person does not give you likes.
Yeah.
Right?
It doesn't do well.
It doesn't profit you.
That's true.
Yeah.
It doesn't do well.
And last thing I'll say about that is if anybody is interested in the study title is TikTok and Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, a cross-sectional study of social media content quality. And I'll just read one little short paragraph. The study also found that, just to bolster my point, the study also found that first-person or personal experience videos received the highest engagement, that is likes and views, while misleading videos were the most common. Yeah. Our study replicated these findings on TikTok. Personal experience videos received the highest engagement, that is views, likes, and shares, while misleading videos were the most common. These consistent findings across different social media platforms suggest that viewers are most drawn to videos made by individuals with lived experience and less so towards institutional or healthcare provided created videos.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely makes sense. I mean, in the content that I see that does well, and that's like the crystal mommy that has like I just figured this out, guys. It's crazy. You can too. And I'm just sharing this stuff with you, and you're like,
I'm just sharing my lived experience.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. It's dangerous, man. But what also is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen, Ebola outbreak is happening, and it is not getting any better. There is an absolutely insane chart. How bad could the Ebola outbreak get? Here are 5 key factors. This is from a couple of days ago. You have the current outbreak, over 1,000 cases. Worst case scenario, over 20,000 Ebola cases projected by late August. A better scenario, less than 10,000. But we are significantly higher in anything compared to what we had in the 2014 or 2018 outbreak. And unfortunately, it's basically spreading. So areas most likely to see travel in and out of the outbreak's epicenter, different parts of it. I actually did see something that it is getting into South Sudan, which is really sad considering it's there's a civil war going on there. Lots of people losing their lives, so lots of bodies, unfortunately, which is a way that Ebola transmits. And where the Ebola virus is more likely to arrive if it is internationally exported. So the epicenter being like Central to South Africa, and basically, unfortunately, since this happened, this was released 3 days ago, and unfortunately, just 2 days ago, so a little bit after. France identifies its first case of Ebola. A doctor who had traveled to the DRC was infected, the French health ministry said. The authorities said the risk to the wider population was low, so that they're doing the thing that the United States should be doing, where they're taking in their
Or leading
healthcare
the way,
officials.
ideally.
Yeah, yeah, like trying to actually like because France has the capabilities, it has the actually has the resources in order to help people, and unfortunately, the United States isn't doing that. We're basically pushing people to lie about whether or not they've been exposed. So that is a huge problem. But anyway, from the article, French officials on Wednesday identified the first case of Ebola in the country, saying the doctor who had traveled to the DRC, where an outbreak began last month, had tested positive for the virus. The humanitarian worker was admitted to a special healthcare facility and is in stable condition. The health ministry said in a statement. French health workers are racing to trace anyone who may have been in contact with the doctor. Contacts will have to be isolated for 21 days and closely monitored. Congo was at the center of the outbreak in Central Africa that was declared on May 15th. In most cases in the northeastern Ituri province, at least 260 people have died, and there are more than 1,000 confirmed cases, according to the WHO. So it is. This isn't. I wouldn't say like super surprising, but it's good that at least there are healthcare workers that are being properly maintained, and because basically the United States is trying to push and make these pop-up healthcare facilities in Africa, which is putting even more of a strain on them because they don't have the capabilities to deal with this outbreak and the United States healthcare workers on top of it.
Yeah, the article is pretty in depth, and I would say I'm definitely not an expert in this topic. But let's say I think the article gives a good outline of many of the challenges involved in tackling this outbreak in terms of there's issues of like a conflict zone, and also there seems to be the understandable issue of like there are people that are hesitant to either get tested or seek treatment. And there's also the challenge of like certain cultural practices that promote the spread of Ebola, and like getting in the way of those cultural practices, understandably, is a source of tension or conflict, and furthers the spread.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you, these are tricky issues to like tackle or overcome.
I think, I mean, we know what to do. I think that we've done this before. It really is an ounce of prevention is worth as a pound of cure or whatever. The idea of we do as much as we can early in order to stymie this stuff as fast as possible. And unfortunately, without the United States leading the way, we've kind of I think the United States has kind of let this happen. I feel like it's really sad. I mean, but through
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But that's where I agree with you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. But I think at this point, I think we're past the point of
it mattering.
Not that we shouldn't prevent any further spread, but like we have like a verifiable outbreak, and so now it's like how do we prevent its further spread, but then deal with the outbreak at hand. Even in the article itself, as they in the vein of what we were just talking about, there's the line in the article. And with misinformation rife on social media, they may not believe that the epidemic is real, right?
Yeah. I was TikTok meeting people, and it was wild the amount of people that lived in Africa that didn't really care, or they weren't bothered about what was going on with the Ebola outbreak.
Well, I mean, like,
I guess it depends. There's many countries.
It's so big.
I
It's
can
so
understand
big.
Someone in Senegal probably not caring as much.
Yeah, and especially if you live in a country with a more established, medical like infrastructure. It's not like under attack. You're like, yeah, we can handle that. So I that doesn't necessarily surprise me. I mean, like it's like even within Congo. I mean, like there's I think it's the western side of Congo. I think so. Is like the part that like is always the part that's always in the news, right? The part of Congo that you hear about, like there's like a part of Congo.
Well, yeah, there's the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then there's the Republic of Congo. I think right next to it. I think you were correct that it's like the western.
Yeah. And like the other parts of Congo, right? They're like, yeah, like I mean, we hear about these things about that are happening, but like that's not happening here. Like we're cool. Like everything is fine. It's like in the certain areas, my understanding are rich with resources, are like the ones that it has. So like even within there, like I imagine you can find people who are like, yeah, I'm not particularly concerned about Ebola spread. Like the guy, even people in the sticks are not believing in vaccines, or not even vaccines, but just like taking health safety risk. I mean, like, how are you concerned in whatever state you live in? I actually don't know where you live, Dr. Greg, but like, are you concerned about like some sort of outbreak in like Republican country? Like, is it that big of a deal? Like, yes. I mean, you read it in the news; it's a news item. And then you care enough to like have a show like this, obviously. But like, I mean, in the end, like, are you like, oh no, like it's coming for me because it's over there in some Republican state?
Yeah, I think that's true. Fair. I mean, with how big Africa is, it really is. Like, I live in California. You're right. It's like it'd be like an outbreak that's happening in like New York or something. It's like how. Well, I mean, there's a lot that's going to go wrong between now and then for sure. Yeah, it is. But it's more of like a systemic failure, I feel like, in figuring out. I just hope that we can prevent like a House of Cards scenario. But I thought this paragraph was good. Quote, before the confirmed infection in France, the only active case in Europe was the American doctor who was transferred to Germany for treatment after he contracted the virus in Congo. Dr. Peter Stafford was likely infected on May 9th while treating a woman who had a fever and severe stomach pain, according to Surge, the Christian mission organization that he worked for. It was not known that the patient had Ebola when Dr. Stafford treated her. After she died and an Ebola outbreak was declared, it was presumed that she had the virus. So the contact tracing, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing is at this time, like as much contact tracing as possible. That's how they can kind of understand it and manage it. And
but even like, even then that seems to be understandably a challenge because they also mentioned like, people are understandably not going to be necessarily forthcoming about, let's say, being exposed, because I think they mentioned somewhere in the article of like the people don't want to be quarantined, or they're afraid, like, because understandably for some of these people, they literally cannot afford to go under quarantine or in isolation. Of like, if they need to work, literally to put any sort of meal on the table, it's like, well, I'm going to take my chances with Ebola.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I don't agree with that calculation, but I understand that calculation.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like 100%, like it makes sense. Like when you don't have a social safety net, right? Like, and your family relies on like you working, and you got children. Like, yeah, like I gotta go. And like if if you are quarantined, like will your family be taken care of? Like will these steps? Is there a community that can come together and help you out? If not, I mean, like, you gotta do what you gotta do.
And I would imagine, some amount of contact tracing relies on, people being forthcoming, or like, voluntarily, or ideally volunteering to, tested or isolated them if necessary. But I understand in that context, or in that societal context of like, you're probably not going to get people lining up saying, hey, isolate me. And
yeah,
if there's certain starvation versus uncertain, like, pain from an infection, right? Like you're going to avoid the certain starvation the best you can, right?
There's a new article I just saw and I clicked on. This was from the 23rd. Ebola symptoms in current outbreak may be milder than in previous ones. This is good news for patients, but officials fear it will make controlling the spread of the disease harder. So So milder symptoms and perhaps a lower chance of death are undoubtedly good news for the patients, but they could paradoxically make it harder to control the spread and end the outbreak. So it
Right,
just,
because they may not take it seriously or as seriously,
yeah.
right?
There's little data yet to be certain, but an assessment by the Ministry of Health in Congo suggests that about 90% of patients do not seem to develop the extensive internal and external bleeding that can arise in the disease's horrific end stages, according to a physician who leads the WHO's response to the outbreak. Some early data also suggests that fewer people may be dying this time compared to other outbreaks. So they're having the SARS-CoV-2 asymptomatic spread kind of problem, right? Where it's like you don't know you have it until it's too late kind of thing.
Yeah, just another challenge that they have to get. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, you mentioned that they dealt with this before, but I'm ignorant on like how do they deal with these what I imagine were similar problems before of like issues with contact tracing, people understandably not wanting to isolate themselves and therefore not being forthcoming to being exposed, and also the aspects of again certain cultural practice when it comes to burial of the bodies, where it's like the healthcare workers don't want anybody to come in close contact with these bodies, but then if that's part of their cultural practice, it's like, well, I don't know what you do with that. Or I don't know how that was solved in the past.
Interesting. And it talks about it a little bit here. In the case of the Zaire Ebola, which killed more than 11,000 people in the 2014 outbreak in West Africa, about half of people developed the dramatic bleeding symptoms. If only about 10% of patients with Bundubugo reach that stage, many who become ill might continue interacting with others and spread the viruses without seeking care. Quote, "It makes sense to me now how this was missed for months," says the director of Boston University Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases. So basically, she's found 4 unresolved clusters of viral hemorrhagic fever that may suggest maybe part of the outbreak. So yeah, I think also there's also the vaccines that they had before. So that's a big tool that they had, and people were sick quicker. So more vaccines, sicker quicker.
So I don't think what worked before is well. We can say for sure some of the things that worked before, like the vaccines, will not work in this case.
Correct.
And so it's like, well, then, what can be that? Like, and even then, like as they mentioned in the article, like there are some treatments being developed, as in they mentioned some monoclonal antibodies in the pipeline, but one that takes time to develop. And even then, and I could be wrong about this, but generally speaking, monoclonal antibodies, well, one, they tend to be expensive. And 2, they are typically administered through like a person going to like a clinic and getting an IV and getting the IV infusion of monoclonal antibodies. I mean, do they have the infrastructure for that? Is a person willing to, and depending on the dosing schedule, is a person willing to like show up 4 hours, every week to get an infusion of monoclonal antibodies?
Yeah,
that seems like a challenge.
It's an infrastructure problem, a healthcare infrastructure problem, and a resources problem, and it is very sad. Well, last but certainly not least, I wanted to end on like a good note. I thought
I think that's a good idea. I like the story that you posted.
Yeah,
for sure.
So the Manning Family Children's makes history as Louisiana's first sickle cell disease gene therapy patient rings the bell, marking his functional cure and restoring his dream of becoming a pilot. Really cool story. Louisiana's first sickle cell disease gene therapy patient is now set to pursue his dream of becoming a commercial pilot after receiving historic curative gene therapy at the Manning Family Children's Hospital. 23-year-old Cressy, a native of Louisiana, rang the bell on Monday, June 22nd, after more than a 2-year journey that led him to a life-changing moment. Sickle cell disease is the most common genetic disease blood disorder in the world, and Louisiana has more cases of sickle cell disease per capita than any other in the U.S. a debilitating disease that predominantly affects African Americans. Sickle cell disease is responsible for shortening the lives of so many people while also causing chronic pain and frequent hospitalizations. Now, with recent significant advancements with allowing the altering of genetically modified stem cells, many more children and young adults can be treated before the disease begins to destroy their organs. Pretty cool. I it's really cool how they're actually doing this. So there's actually another gene inside of your body. So you have your red blood cell gene, and they're actually not fixing the error in that one.
The actual sickle cell trait or mutation.
Yeah. What they're doing is that they're bringing back the fetal red blood cell. Yeah, exactly. I thought that's such an interesting thing. Or they have
it's a cool workaround.
Yeah. Or there's a second medicine that actually inserts a new cassette for like a new type of hemoglobin. So, but they're not doing that entirely. It is a DNA gene therapy. Yeah. So yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah, no, very, and I say this somewhat jokingly, but so from what I understand, if I remember the article of like this individual, okay, well, one of their inspirations to seek out this treatment is because they had a strong desire to become a pilot, and like they were told to like, hey, unless you cure this, like you can't become a pilot, and so but they did, but that again, not to make light or joke, and I'm semi-serious, but they're like, that creates a lot of pressure for this person to become a pilot. As in, what if they have a change of heart?
I know, right?
Of like, by the way, that pilot thing had change of heart.
I actually just liked Microsoft Flight Simulator. I wasn't really into it. I wasn't into it at all, actually. Yeah, I mean,
but obviously an amazing thing and an amazing breakthrough.
Yeah,
and hopefully, it just gets better and better, and could be, from what I understand, like this gene editing is largely for it's not on a massive scale yet. Only like really small trials with small numbers of individuals. But hopefully, it's only a matter of time before this is more widespread and more common and more accessible. From what I understand, this is still quite expensive. Obviously, they don't mention the cost in the article, but generally speaking, gene editing, from what last numbers that I saw,
thank you so much.
But I'm glad they had access to it. But I understand why we can't roll this out on a massive scale.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think, Prime?
It seems like it takes years to actually years or months. I remember when like the original announcement of this procedure came out, and it seemed like it's like a long process to do so. And yeah, something super intensive. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a little to no cost to this individual and the others. They're probably just part of sort of experimental group who were allowed to do it. But yeah, you got to. Now the next thing is getting insurance to cover it. Now, hopefully, that shouldn't be too hard. I don't know. Depends on how expensive it is. I don't know.
I believe it's like we're talking about millions of dollars. I believe in terms of cost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. Like that's like the other thing, right? The other fight here in America is that we might have as they put it, a functional cure, right? For all intents and purposes, these people are cured. But now, the real final boss is the American health system
access,
and and then one getting it covered, and then from those do you have a parent who has or yourself? Do you have insurance plan that will cover this thing, right? And then will you be able to access it in your immediate area? Has your hospital been shut down? right? Like the
Yeah.
hospital near you that might otherwise have been able to do it. Has that been shut down? So many hospitals have been closing around the country. They've been closing in rural areas. I was just looking into this the other day, right? Rural areas, but also in urban areas, right? And Black areas. These places, highly densely populated areas. Still, those places get the budget cuts. So, or if it's still operating, like, do they have the capacity to be able to do this, right? And if not, well, okay, well, now that you have to add, assuming you do have the insurance, right? You have to add the cost of traveling to the closest place, right? And then staying there, and like if it's a parent, right? They got to, like, take the kid. They got to take time off of work. Maybe get a hotel. I don't know how long the process takes per visit, and then take it back. Like, all that adds up. Do you have a parent that can do it, right? And so, like, yeah, this is not even. You would think the cure would be the battle, right? But, like, it's not even half the battle. Or when we
fair.
don't have a system that, like, actually cares for people. But we had enough for that war, the war that we lost just now.
Yes. And also millions of dollars for that swamp at the Lincoln Memorial.
Can I say one more thing about that fucking swamp? Okay, just like one thing that, like, you guys, like, because I was just thinking about this a few hours, because this came up in once again in the newsfeed. Like, it's come up multiple times. It's like, Trump is now. They have on video camera this image of some female that seems relatively young.
I've seen it, and I believe they're circulating, like, AI generated video that, like, is trying to, like, incriminate them. I don't know that any.
Yeah, like the thought that, like, this person poured some chemical in there, right? And that's, like, the vandals who are causing the algae. Like, the Republicans believe this, and Trump is more than happy to go along with it, because this man leads from behind. He leads from the rear. Like, so, this was a thing under the Obama administration, where Republicans, especially Fox News, talked about how Obama leads from the rear, right? How this guy, he isn't brave. He isn't, like, out there. He isn't a reliable leader. But, like, what Obama would always say, right, is like, there's a failure within the government, right? This is, this and such happened, right? But the buck stops with me. Or I'm responsible, right? In the end, like, I'm the president, I'm responsible. When has Donald Trump ever said that? When has he ever said that? This entire time, like, something goes wrong, right? He's the moment he can, he's finding someone else to blame, right? When does he ever take responsibility for anything? You idiot, right? This is your fault. This is entirely your fault, right? This is an avoidable thing. Like, handling this a thing pool is within the purview of the government. In fact, Obama did it, right? Obama had a better solution. He specifically ripped out that solution because he didn't like Obama, right? To do this, right? So that his name would be
just like he ripped up the JCPOA.
Yes, it just keeps coming back around, right? And so, and again, a massive mistake, right? That he couldn't find a way out of, right? And so, someone else had a role. He was even, like, pushing, like, oh yeah, JD Vance, he got a bad deal. Like, I don't know what to tell you, right? Him and his ghouls have been saying it's just JD Vance, and, like, screw JD Vance, but, like, this was all you, right? When has he ever taken responsibility for anything, right? And this is the strong leader these conservatives literally fucking worship. This guy. Sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize. I agree with you. And it's like, well, to your point, you're expanding upon it. Like, he doesn't need to take responsibility for anything, because, like, his supporters will make up all the excuses for him anyways. Like, as you said, like, he's leading from behind, of, like, they will literally string the conspiracy theory for him to protect him. And so he doesn't need to take accountability, and he'll just go along with it. I'm like, yeah, it's just all the vandals that's resulting in all the algae and all that's going wrong with that swimming pool.
Well, I'll stop you there. I can tell you right now that Trump has completely fabricated algae. Algae doesn't exist. Algae has never been actually isolated ever before. You've never seen a Koch's postulates done with algae. And if it did exist, it leaked from the lab. There's an algae lab
Engineered by
nearby.
Fauci. No,
There's a nearby algae lab that if it did exist, then they don't. But if they did, then they would have leaked it. It had to have leaked from the algae lab.
yeah, I'm very curious how this is going to play out. And again, going back to what I brought up earlier, and sort of like, is the collective consciousness just going to move on from RFK when he doesn't solve, autism or the root cause of autism? Is the collective consciousness of MAGA Republicans just going to move on from Trump? Just as like, is it going to play out the same as like Bush is more or less like not spoken about anymore, and like Republicans will not like even recognize him as like a good president, right? Even though he won 2 terms. It seems like Republicans these days have just moved on from Bush, or they don't view him, from what I understand, overly positive, right? Is that just going to happen with Trump? But like, yeah,
it's going to be self-serving. So whatever it is, it's going to be self-serving. Like this, I was doing this react to this guy, Tom Cohen. He's like really big in the anti-vax.
Wasn't Bush
like,
at sorry to interrupt, at like Obama's whatever opening of his presidential library or center?
Yeah, he was. But he was talking about how he thinks all disease, this Tom Cohen, like the king of the naturopaths kind of guy, he was talking about how he obviously doesn't think that viruses are real or cancer is real or whatever like that. Yeah. So he was saying, but he was saying that basically all disease is from internal. Like it's from like you kind of like manifesting this thing. And it was so interesting because he's like older, he's in his 60s, and he's talking about like, well, I don't have chronic disease. So, when you lie, you actually manifest it into disease. So people that have cancer are innately kind of like evil or like lying in the inside.
Childhood cancer.
And he's in his mind, he's thinking, well, I'm still alive, therefore I'm not lying to anyone because I'm not diseased. Do you know what I mean? It's whatever the conspiracy is, it'll be self-fulfilling to the point where RFK did do the right thing because he didn't need to do it at the time, but he did do the right thing. It's going to be some type of circular thing, just like how that guy, he's not lying because he's not sick, because you lie if you get to get sick. So, but I'm not sick. The mental gymnastics are impressive.
I mean, I've heard that, let's say, conspiracy or, that talking point before from other, quacks out there. Mm-hmm. But isn't that like the most, or one of the most like narcissistic positions of like, I am so virtuous that I'm diseased. It's due to my virtue. I'm disease free.
Exactly. He's
convinced. Like an old theory of disease, right? Like,
yeah, it's in the lane. It's in the vein of like whatever humors or spirits or bad spirits.
Yeah, this feels like it's just like that. But yeah, like obviously, it's. I mean, first of all, once we went through this whole like idea that you can manifest things, right? Like if you can, like this logically follows from the idea that you can manifest good things in your life, right? You can manifest wealth, right? Just like thinking hard about it, or praying for it, honestly, right? Like you can manifest these things, and just as easily you can manifest bad things, right? If you're thinking the wrong thoughts, right, then like you'll get these outcomes. And so like if that's the case, well then why not like bad outcomes being within your health, right? Like this is just like a hop, skip, and a jump from that.
Yeah.
But like yeah, this seems like an old like theory of like a disease spread. But like that dude will get like a few thousand followers on. I've never heard.
He's gigantic.
Person, like
he's hundreds of thousands.
Gigantic. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, a few thousand. Oh,
hundreds of thousands.
Million.
Yeah, he's probably in the millions. Yeah.
The stupid. So go ahead.
Yeah. It's unfortunately he's one of the biggest ones. It's
and we just and it's like, and we've talked about this before already, right? So and I'm just preaching to the choir here, but like it says so much more about the people who watch him and take him seriously. That like their inability to apply critical thinking to this. I mean, this is like simple quackery. Like maybe this might have worked. Like if this was like 300 years ago, right? Well, then yeah, they don't have any much better ideas. So fair enough, right? But like you have through osmosis, right? Purely through osmosis. You didn't pay attention in school. Purely through osmosis, you've like collected more knowledge, right? About like how disease spreads than those people ever did like centuries ago, right? They have like you have
Absolutely.
just from that. And like you can't apply that knowledge. You can't hear that and like, okay, done, right? I'm sure he says all kinds of other crazy things, but like the moment that comes across, right, your feed when he makes that claim, you're like, oh, obviously this guy's an idiot. You can't do that. Like it says really more about the not that a crazy person exists, right? Crazy people like I'm saying, like all of his is almost all of human history can be explained by like a series of like people with personality defects being put in elevated positions, right? Like oh my god, so much of it of our history can be explained by that. But anyway, it's like yeah, sure, it's like a crazy person exists, fair enough, right? But that the fact that so many people are willing to follow that this insanity, right? That's like the real interesting thing about human society is that like if you have the right mix of like neuroses or whatever, right? Like if you have a right mix of that, you can present to people like in a charming package. Yeah, they'll just follow you no matter what insane nonsense comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
Followers is just very gravitational. I feel like there's followers like has its own mass, and you just kind of like through gravity, people just, but it's self-validating. Just like how like Trump's knowledge is self-validating because he's president. Like you have, a certain amount of followers, and people are like, well, he has people. There's a lot of people that are voting, democratically with their follows and on this, and that's how people get got.
Well, and to that point, and I agree with you, Prime, that it's essentially like an incrimination of our society that an individual like this or individuals like this can gain such a massive following. But also to your point, Greg, of like is self-fulfilling or whatever circular. I don't know if so if anybody watches some of those Jubilee videos of like one person against 20 debaters. But like one of the most recent one, it was like a TikTok debater. I think their name was like Dean Withers, and they were going against 20 MAGA Republicans, but they were specifically like women. Although that doesn't really matter to my point. But either way, it was like one lefty TikTok debater against 20 MAGA Republicans, and like one of the talking points from one of the MAGA debaters was like they were arguing that Trump was the greatest president, and like pretty much. Their evidence that Trump was the greatest president is like, well, how could he not be the greatest president if he won 2 elections, right?
Boom.
As in, like, and it's like,
what?
Because like the TikTok debater was like his, because like usually how it's set up is like the TikTok debater comes up with like the debate prompt, and his debate prompt was like, Trump is like whatever, basically a bad president, or Trump is like the worst president, and like one of the MAGA debaters comes up saying, well, he's clearly not a bad president. He must be good because he won 2 elections. You must be good if you win 2 elections. It's like,
like
okay.
Obama.
Yeah, exactly. Like Obama, exactly. And he said, okay, and the TikTok debater brought up like Biden, so that means Biden's a good president. Obviously, they didn't want to talk about that, or they just skirt by.
Yeah.
Very
Friend of the show, Dean Withers. He found me within like my second week of being on TikTok, and he started following me, and I've been on his show as a panel guest, and so it's wild, but I contacted Jubilee trying to get on. They were looking for climate change experts, and that's what my undergrad is in and my PhD is like about. So I got assigned someone for a booking agent, but they ghosted me, and I've
sorry, buddy.
Tried to come back.
I think it's probably just a matter of like trying more and more.
Yeah,
like I imagine they have like hundreds, if not thousands, of people to sift through.
It's frustrating, but yeah, it was like one of the middle ground ones. It's not the Surrounded, which would be a lot more fun.
Mm,
Yeah, it is.
yeah, the Surrounded. Well, so I have mixed feelings in terms of like that type of content. I don't know if that's
Don't
useful
watch
content.
my. I did my own 1v like 10 Surrounded on a Raging Tomato panel, vaccine skeptics and stuff, and I had a lot of fun. I mean, I had a lot of fun. So we'll see.
I don't fun, like I can definitely agree and understand of like you being the person against whatever 20 or 10 MAGA
You're the
Republicans.
belle of the ball, bro. Everyone wants to
have
dance
fun.
with you.
Now, whether that's when I say good content, as you mean like whatever the societal good of like, is this actually like a net positive or net negative? I as of now, I'm reserving. I don't actually know. But let's just say I have mixed feelings about content like that of whether it's doing more harm than good.
I think you have to. I think it's really important to, because you're basically it's not just, you're not changing the minds of the people that are in that panel specifically, but you are changing the mind of people that are on the fence or watching it and thinking like, well, why isn't anyone defending this? Like, or because it's usually just like a circle jerk for most of the panels and stuff. So and people are expecting to watch a UFC fight where two people are fighting it out, and if you're watching a UFC fight and one person just ran, like imagine just running away from the fight, you'd be like, what? That's not okay. Like, stand there and fight, and that's what people expect. And people on the right respect people on the left when they stand up and they fight for what they believe in. They expect you to spar back, and if by just constantly conceding and not engaging and not kind of like rebuffing and being combative, they lose respect for you and your politics.
I don't disagree. My only, let's say, not pushback, but rather your example of the cage fighting, like I take the point, but like I don't know that it's analogous to debate, or I see a disconnect in terms of like let's say seeing someone run in a cage, you can see someone running away from a fight, as in like there's a visual recognition there, as opposed to, I don't know that it's clear to everyone when someone is running from a debate or running from a point. I think that for me, that's one of the issues.
I would say that academia and science and physicians have ran away from those discussions since 2016.
No, that's not, sorry. Let me clarify. As in like during the debate process, as in when a person is not actually engaging with the question, is running away from engaging with the question and the debate.
Okay, gotcha. I think when you don't like actually match the energy, and you kind of get if you don't match the energy and you're not actually engaging with the people, I think that it shows like you don't actually you're not. I don't know. I get what you're saying though. By going on there, you're showing some level of care. But during the debate itself, how is the viewer going to view that interaction?
Because I can guarantee, and we all, we're all biased, myself included, but I think there should be some clear points where someone should be able to say, no matter what your political affiliations are, is like, whatever the question or prompt is, like, this person is not answering or engaging with the question that this other person is asking.
Yeah.
And not everyone can recognize, or at least from my perspective, not everyone can recognize that clearly.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
I think that you have to do that yourself, like in that scenario, right?
I agree. The onus is on the debater, but there are some very, very fast debaters that can run around in circles.
Yeah, no, it's true. And when there's it's a dog pile scenario, it's very easy to get like overwhelmed and to look bad. I definitely think that that's true. It's tough. I mean, it's very tough, I think, but it is tough. It's there is no easy route forward, and I don't think that there is any easy route forward against fascism in general. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, for sure.
It is.
That's why, like I say, I have mixed feelings. I obviously, let's say, well, I'm probably not a good debater, but at least I engage with the debate. So I let's say I can appreciate and respect it, and for sure, it's something that I have desires to do. But I do see like a problem in terms of just based off just what I outlined. But I agree with you; it's tricky, and I'm not sure what the solution is, or if there is even one. As because like in a cage fight, when someone, as from what I remember, when I used to casually follow MMA very loosely, is like if someone is literally running around from the cage, well, one, the judges will score it of like you're not
Engaging.
aggressing, or
Yeah.
the ref will be like, hey, you can't just run around in circles.
Exactly.
It's like, but that doesn't happen in debate, as in someone can ask a question and this person could just like ramble on for nothing.
Like for me, man, I mean, I grew up. We'll end here like soon. I feel like the I don't know, man. I grew up like on BattleNet and stuff, really toxic, early 2000 internet and stuff. So it's like one of those things where I've constantly had to like neuter myself and stuff like that. So even during these like rant and rage moments and stuff, I'm still like, super dialed back. But if we're just gonna, I think like scientists and physicians and science communicators and public health officials and stuff, like we exist on the internet, and like we kind of like flay ourselves out to be like a punching bag too. Like if people are brave enough in order to make content like this, which is rare and it's hard, that we just kind of like make it up make it and just kind of say, hey, take it for what it is. But I think it's easy to sit back and just kind of like take it. They're definitely not expecting anyone to punch back. So when I do, it's kind of like they're not expecting it. So I guess I have like the I have that the element of surprise.
Yeah, so. I want to see, regardless of what I just said, I want to see you on Jubilee. Just because.
Okay, thanks, pal.
And in everyone's best interest, I support that 100%.
Thank you, guys.
And last thing I'll say before we wrap up, I have one question from one of my viewers, as in, how do we verify the credentials of medical influencers?
I mean, for me, like, I think, talking about my PhD is like, I mean, I would love to ask, you know what I mean? Like, so most people are going to have a professional website, and they're going to have their license that you could search, like literally search if they're board certified. Or if they're a scientist, they're going to have like their publications and their dissertation that you could find. And that's actually kind of the inherent problem too, in terms of like safety, public safety for doxing, all that kind of stuff, swatting. Like scientists and physicians are exposed more than most, because I mean, even if I wanted to be anonymous, like if I'm talking about nanotechnology and I'm talking about algae, there's only like a dozen of us in the world that are doing that kind of stuff, now. And it was less when I was doing it, so
do these repositories have like your address or anything like that?
No, but my full name, my full name is on there. Like for whatever, it's so funny because of my modern day debates thing, somehow they thought it was like a win that they know my last name. So they were just like, they kept using my last name in the comments, trying to like,
nobody knows my last name.
Yeah, exactly, bro. I'm like, dude, I'm not, I can't be private, So, but yeah, I mean, it is a problem in the weirdo sense. You're kind of like opening yourself up to that.
Cool. Good advice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having us. This was a lot of fun. Fun in the way that we can ever be fun. Talking about the affairs of our government. But we did end on a lighter note, I think. Medical breakthroughs happen. And it wasn't mother effing homeopathy. Once again, homeopathy fails to like cure a disease, right?
Yeah.
like this multi-step, this massive, this ingenious breakthrough on how to cure a disease that millions of people deal with, right? And suffer serious consequences for. turns out, I don't know, like the crystals didn't solve it. What a surprise! They had so much time. They had such a head start.
They did. They had thousands of years of head start. Crystals go back a ways.
Have they really tried?
Still.
Have they really tried though the 1 to 1,000,000 dilution of lavender oil? Have they?
Yeah.
Have they really done?
Yeah. It's crazy, right? Like this is what we talk about. Like we talk about like the need for experts. Like shout out to Corey and Dr. Greg, who are actually experts in their field. Like people who've worked in their respective fields, and like are accomplished individuals, right? Like if I have, and Corey's knows this, I'll reach out to Corey if I have a question that like pertains to his field. He'll give you a thorough answer. This man will do that, right?
All AI generated.
All AI generated, indeed. But the person that I can trust, man. Further questions, you can ask, interrogate him, right? And he'll like engage in the field battle. He's done it with on my program, right, which you can find on twitch.tv, youtube.com, and kick.com /PrimeKai, PRIMECAYS. But he does that, and you've all seen Dr. Greg engage with that, like with his level of expertise. Like shout out to these people, right? Like these individuals didn't cure that disease. I mean, and it's a strike against them. But I mean, but it is people coming together, working hard to get the knowledge necessary, right? Understanding of the value of an education, right? And then applying that in a novel way. And I don't know the background of this particular breakthrough, the curing sickle cell, functionally curing sickle cell, right? I don't know the background of that whole process, but I bet there was some government funding involved, right?
For sure.
Lots of government funding.
Yeah, right. That came, and then of course, hey, did one of those a few of those researchers have government-backed student loans that are cheaper, right? Or maybe grants, right? All these things that put them in a position so they can do these things, right? And then a belief in the scientific process, right? Not even a belief, right? A trust in a scientific process. You don't have to believe in it. You don't have to do any wishing or whatever, right? Scientific process once again proves its worth, right? Like delivering something that will make a difference in your life, and one that's also based on a whole other series of scientific discoveries that we probably won't even fully understand, right? Unless when we read the paper and stuff, what things that they're citing that gave them the knowledge or pointed them in the right direction to make this incredible breakthrough, right? All of these things stack up, right, to make these accomplishments. And I bet you some of those previous scientific discoveries, those previous papers, were something really boring that would have been cut by Doge if they had a chance to do so, right?
It's true.
Tell me I'm wrong on this.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to end on this this idea of it's a crystallization of all the things we've been talking about for these weeks, right? It wasn't idiots, right, that came out of the anti-vax crowd, right? These people have nothing to offer you, right? Certainly not data, like I said before, right? A year plus, still waiting for them to prove their claims, right? When they have all the data in the world, they still can't do it, right? But the thing that that once again does it is expertise and a trust and an exercise of the scientific method. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
True.
That's I cannot agree enough with everything that Prime outlined. The only a few things that I'll add is if there's anybody that's on record going against the gene editing technology of mRNA vaccines, they should be denied access to this type of technology at any point. Okay, in their life. And one of the many reasons why I'm rooting for this technology is one, obviously to cure diseases, but also I'm curious how the talking point is going to evolve. Pharmaceutical companies don't want to cure anything because it's not profitable. Okay, well, what are you going to say when sickle cell anemia, cystic fibrosis, and a whole bunch of other genetic diseases are cured?
Yeah.
I don't know how you're going to make the argument that, oh, there's no interest in cures when we have cases, many cases now, and hopefully that goes to hundreds, thousands, millions of cases of cured genetic
Come with
conditions.
some other BS. That's what we'll do.
Yeah,
That's
unfortunately.
it. Yeah.
Easy.
But yeah, as always, this was great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, as always, looking forward to next week.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Take care. Be well. Always a pleasure.
Awesome. I love talking to those guys. That's always fun. It's always a good news, fun wrap up. Please follow them on the socials, everyone. I appreciate you. Hi, Efon. How's it going? All right, guys. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. This. Yes. All right. Okay. That. All right, guys, I wanted to watch. One second. Give me 1 second, guys. This looks incredible. Channel 5 went to Palestine, so I thought that would be really interesting. Hey, Cup of Joe, how's it going? I thought it'd be really interesting to watch this. See what pretty harrowing that they went to Gaza, Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. So, yeah, guys, I wanted to see what is up. The Channel 5 Palestinian series, 1 of 4, should be amazing. Yep, All Gas, No Brakes. I loved that name. I am really excited for this series. So let's see what they have to say.
This is an illegal settler within the Palestinian territories.
Now maybe you'll see him with a normal uniform, but in the night he wear the soldier uniform, and he come back and start searching houses and interrogating people.
He is one among hundreds of thousands of people who migrated from either Israel or abroad to assist in the active colonization of Palestine's West Bank, which begins less than 20 miles east of the Gaza Strip. He lives in a makeshift compound or an outpost settlement above a Palestinian.
Oh, real quick. Wanted to
abroad to assist in the active colonization of Palestine's West Bank, which begins less than 20 miles east of the Gaza Strip.
This. So the Gaza Strip's over here. This is the West Bank. So different unconnected regions. Also you have Lebanon in the top portion of here, north of the West Bank. So, yeah, very important to realize that. So that's what they're trying to go into the West Bank region, and the amount of settlers since the October attacks have been ramped up significantly. So it's really important.
He lives in a makeshift compound or an outpost settlement above a Palestinian village with a group of mostly teenagers who spend.
They're supposed to be illegal, by the way. These outposts are supposed to be illegal, and the IDF is supposed to come and take them down. So the idea is like the IDF actually doesn't want them there because that creates a vulnerability that then they have to go and protect. So they say that, the IDF actually goes and tries to take down these makeshift encampments, but then once they've actually established something, now the IDF needs to actually defend them because they are Israeli. So that is the kind of the rub and the problem.
Their free time attacking, terrorizing, sometimes killing and burning the homes of Palestinians at all hours of the night and day for reasons of their own.
I don't give a shit.
So a settler is a person who decided to move to Palestine from the United States or any other part of the world because they are privileged that they have a Jewish roots in their families.
Isn't it technically in violation of the 1967 agreement for these settlements to exist?
Yes, exactly. And today when you hear in the news about what they call it the two-state solution, it's just a bullshit.
We must chart a course for a two-state solution.
There can be a better future.
France is pushing a three-pronged plan to make statehood a reality.
يعني قد ما حكينا وبنطلب في هالعالم انها يعني تساعدنا، ما حدا مساعدنا على انه بس يردعوا عنا. اليوم الصبحيات دعسوا من الدواجن بطة، وقبل فترة دعسوا كلاب وغنم، وكانوا يجيبوا لنا فطايس من عندهم يفطسن ويرموا لنا اياها من باب الدور.
Palestinian communities, brutal assaults caught on camera.
Oh, come on, don't hit her!
Drawing international criticism.
Whenever you see videos of settlers attacking villages around here, where are these settlers coming from? Are they coming from nearby colonies, different countries, from inside the state of Israel itself?
Most of these settlers are actually coming from abroad.
Our pre-production advisor, who has extensive...
Yeah, a lot of them are from the United States. They'll basically feel like there is some type of reason to help the expansion of Israel as a country. So they feel like they are like contributing to Israel as being like in their minds, like a heroic settler, that is helping to establish Israel. That is their framing of it.
Of experience filming settlers told us that while quite dangerous, we'd be safe around them as long as we kept the cameras rolling.
Your camera will have an almost prophylactic effect, to some extent a cone of safety, because the settlers and the IDF who are protecting them don't want to be filmed.
At this exact moment, he is thought to be brandishing a firearm, likely a handgun provided by the Israeli army at the direction of the country's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, an outspoken religious supremacist who believes in the total annexation of historic Judea, as it was once called within the...
Dude, Gvir made some outlandish statement that he actually wanted, like he thought all of Lebanon was theirs, like that they should be attacking all of that too. I can't, like what is this? What is he doing? It's just wild.
Kingdom of Israel over 2,700 years ago. Of historic Judea, as it was once called within the Kingdom of Israel over 2,700 years ago.
Welcome to Israel. We are the landlords. They came with much pride, as big heroes. Look at how they look now. Not heroes and not anything. Terror supporters.
Itamar Ben-Gvir taunts activists who'd been detained from a Gaza aid flotilla.
Well, what happened was post-October 7th, Ben-Gvir authorized the release of larger numbers of high-caliber firearms, so virtually all the adults in the West Bank would have qualified for a kind of machine gun. So they were just awash with these guns and thinly supervised at best.
طبعا هذا العمل العادي يعني احنا هذا بنهتمش فيه كثير جدا هذا لانه روتين عادي.
The villagers say they're doing their best to ignore the kid because taking the bait in any way could be a fatal mistake. The settler, they say, is on an intimidation run, hoping to provoke a reaction of some kind, after which he'll call in the army and have people arrested.
Yeah.
In a few minutes, maybe he will go.
So he's trying to get say that he's a settler, and since he's Israeli, he needs the IDF to come and defend him. So then the IDF is provoked now. It is wild.
There, and he will call the army, the IOF.
Yeah.
And he will tell them, he will just lie, like people are attacking me, and there is also visitors also try to attacking me, so to make it more complicated for the people here.
هو الحين حزمق وزعل عشان احنا ما سوينا شيء.
مو قتلوا كل شيء، أي شيء بيشوفوه بيعتقلوه، وحشية ولا زيها في العالم، أي شيء بيلقوه بياخذوه.
Villagers say that the Israeli soldiers who arrive shortly after to make baseless arrests are typically just outpost settlers themselves in different outfits, which may seem a bit strange unless you get what this whole routine is about. It's about clearing the area by any means necessary. And as for the settlers, they've been given a broader license to kill than Klansmen who enacted racial terror in the American South after the Civil War, with 95% of police investigations immediately dismissed and not a single jail sentence ever handed down to an Israeli settler involved in the murder of a.
Since 2020, Israeli courts have not handed down any jail sentences to Jewish settlers found responsible for the deaths of Palestinian civilians, even as both the number and severity of the crimes they commit have continued to rise. Wow. That's shocking.
Palestinian.
He can do whatever he wants. He can raid this motorbike or whatever. He can have sheep. He can build wherever he wants. He can do whatever he wants.
And all of this, and I mean all of this, is funded by U.S. tax dollars.
I think it's allowed us to do enormous things.
That really is a great honor.
But on a brighter note, welcome to our Palestine series. You're watching Channel 5. These episodes were arranged in collaboration with the Lajee Center in Bethlehem.
This is Lajee Center. Lajee is Arabic word, it means refugee. We run different projects here. The circus school, which is at the moment there is a training for the circus school. Also here we have also boxing classes, training, it happened here.
Nice.
Hello, welcome to Aida refugee camp. Today is about 5,000 people live in this camp. Half of this number are young people and children. Aida refugee camp is the same story of all the Palestinian refugees camp, was established in 1950 after the catastrophe in 1948.
Aida was initially established by the United Nations shortly after the Nakba, or the catastrophe of 1948, which the Israelis called the War of Independence.
The Jewish state will include the ports of Haifa and Tel Aviv.
It began when 5 Arab nations launched attacks on Jewish cities and settlements within Palestine, most of which had been under colonial British rule through the Balfour Declaration, until it expired on the midnight of May 14th, 1948.
Britain's civic administration is expected to withdraw by May.
The State of Israel, or the Jewish state, was declared the very next morning along the lines of a partition plan approved by the UN a year prior.
The plan was accepted by 33 votes to 13.
This sparked outrage within the Arab world, jump-starting an inevitable conflict and causing Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and their Palestinian counterparts to invade, but they were not successful. Israel ultimately won the war, and as a means of collective punishment, they created the Nakba, the catastrophe, forcing 750,000 Palestinians from their homes and onto places like the West Bank and Gaza Strip.
Here, 27 names of the villages, which is the families who live in Aida camp, they came originally from. Lots of families, they're still keeping the key, and even though they know all their houses destroyed in 1948, but it still gives them a hope that one day they will back again to their homes.
Do you know which village in particular on the occupation side your family first came from?
Yeah. Beit Jibrin.
Beit Jibrin was just one of around 400 villages depopulated during the Nakba. Today, it is a totally renamed kibbutz.
Welcome to Beit Jibrin,
which is the Israeli version of a socialist commune, completely inaccessible to any Palestinian.
I always heard about it from my grandparents. In my childhood, they used to tell us lots of stories about how was life, how many lands they owned there. That's a graffiti tell the history of the Palestinians, how they were living before 1948, before the catastrophe, as a farmers. And then when the catastrophe happened, they moved them to the refugees camp and they built the apartheid wall surrounding the camp.
The massive wall surrounding the camp was built in 2004 in the midst of a bloody conflict called the Second Intifada. The conflict took upwards of 5,000 lives. The Israelis say the Palestinians started it by targeting police and protests that turned violent, whereas the Palestinians generally place blame on the collapse of peace talks at the Camp David summit in 2000, as well as a provocative visit by Israeli politician Ariel Sharon to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, the third holiest site in Islam, which happens to also be built on a plot of land called the Temple Mount, which is the #1 holiest site in the Jewish faith. Total nightmare.
After they finished the wall, they built more than 7 military watchtowers. In this road here, we have lost 3 children from these watchtowers. Muhammad, he was in his home here in this building, 10th of November 23. He was killed from the watchtower front of us by a sniper. He shot him a live bullet in his chest. He did nothing. He was bleeding for 10 minutes. Then the father decided to take him inside the car and take him to the hospital. When he drove down, another group of soldiers stopped the car. They took the body outside of the car and they arrested the father. They didn't give any first aid even to his child. After that, they took him to the military base. The Israeli commander called his father and he told him, come pick your son. And he doesn't know what's his situation. When they give him his son, even they didn't come with the ambulance, they came with a normal truck.
Wow.
And he was in a plastic bag and they throw him in the ground and the soldier left. It's not more than training for their soldiers.
Places like Ida were never supposed to be permanent. According to UN Resolution 194, which was signed by Israel, Nakba refugees would eventually be given safe passage back to their villages, and those who chose not to return would be given compensation in the form of a reparations package.
But that resolution, just in paper, nothing changed. After more than 77 years under this colonization, we're still looking forward to go back to our home villages.
I tell Musa that we'd like to see some of the illegal settlements that people have been talking about.
22 new illegal settlements on Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank.
My only exposure to their existence thus far had been through Louis Theroux's recent documentary, Settlers, where he was able to gain rare access behind the curtain of these ultra-nationalist enclaves, which he claims contain people even more extreme than those he interviewed in South Africa after apartheid.
I'm so uncomfortable using the word Palestinian because I don't think that it exists.
Just the lethality of it and the extent to which the objective of the settlers is to for many of them, it's to drive the Palestinians out. Like under apartheid, the white South Africans, they didn't tend to say like, we want to drive the Africans, the black Africans out.
You can have Johannesburg. Is that Johannesburg?
Yeah.
Okay, I give it to you tonight.
Okay.
They wanted to subject them to a punitive and degrading legal regime, but
man, that Louis Theroux is so good.
They weren't routinely, as I understand it, every day. I mean, I want to be careful how I say this because I don't want to appear to minimizing any aspect of apartheid. But what I saw in the West Bank was a life that was day-to-day unlivable, where you couldn't really, endless check, hours to get anywhere if you could get anywhere, a sense in which you were just a stranger in your own land.
How much time are you gonna stay?
Religion. I don't know if it's like a lot to do with religion, Jared. I mean, that does play a part of it, right? There where they think you, but at the same time, it's not like Hamas isn't targeting like atheist Jews or something like that, right? So it is a definitely is like a cultural thing that's happened, unfortunately. Yeah, the ultra Zionists, like ultra nationalists bent. I mean, these guys are just so rabidly engaged now, especially after Trump. I think Trump and Netanyahu feed off one another to the point where they've really completely destabilized the region, and they keep doing that, right? So far with like the war in Iran, the funding of this stuff, the Netanyahu pushing settlers into this, like it's all it's awful.
In Israel. Hang on, but I don't think we're in Israel. Are we in Israel?
You're in Israel now.
Are we?
Yes.
In the West Bank? No?
Hey, what's up? Musa says that while there are some settlements around Ida and Bethlehem,
if you look there, this is one of the closest colony to Ida camp. It's called Gilo.
Our best bet to get a true candid look at an urban landscape ripped apart by settlements would be about an hour south in the city of Hebron. So we hopped in the car and went for a drive.
So this is an Israeli colony. And all the way to Hebron from now or even before, you're gonna see lots of Zionist colonies. When it's not legal according to the agreements.
He says that it might take us up to 5 hours to get there because of the sheer volume of highway checkpoints that have been built by the Israeli military. Today, there's over 800 checkpoints, and their primary purpose is safety, which means keeping Palestinians away from settlements and off of the pristine, separate highways they've built between settlements and into mainland Israel for cars with yellow Israeli license plates. But our car had a green Palestinian license plate, which destined us to hours in traffic and potential military detention without cause. And here's why. So back in the 90s, there was something called the Oslo Accords, an alleged peace negotiation between the Israeli state and the Palestinian Authority, which would supposedly end in an amicable two-state solution. During Oslo, and for a 5-year temporary period, the West Bank was divided into 3 administrative zones, Area A, B, and C. Area A, representing 18% of the land, but a far majority of the Palestinian population, was under full control of the PA, Palestinian Authority. Area B, representing 22% of the land and mostly encompassing rural communities and certain sections of Jerusalem, was under the shared control of the PA and the Israeli army. And then Area C, representing a whopping 61% of the land but home to very few human beings, was under full Israeli military occupation. Notice I said temporary because all this land was supposed to be transferred back to the Palestinians by the year 2000. But that same year, peace talks collapsed, sparking the second intifada that I mentioned earlier, and keeping these temporary A, B, and C zones in place to this day. What that looks like in 2026 is the dramatic restriction of movement for Palestinians between West Bank Area A cities like Ida Camp / Bethlehem and Hebron, which are only connected through roads that run through Area C under Israeli military law. And of course, it's in these C zones that almost all the settlements exist, which look almost nothing like I thought. I had a vision in my head, likely informed by social media, that most settlers were young, crazy kids on the hilltops like the one that I'd previewed earlier. Yet the colonies that Musa and I drove by, almost every few miles, looked more like gated communities in Scottsdale, Arizona, advertising relatively affordable, subdivision-style cul-de-sac spacious homes with swimming pools and nearby access to grocery stores and movie theaters. At that moment, I began to understand what Louis Theroux meant when he talked about the diversity of settlements.
I can't say exactly how many settlements there are, but there's a lot. I think more than 100, maybe 200 or 300. And
so many. That's so many. I got you, Jared. I get it. No, it's all good, man. Yeah, the scale is hard to fathom how many of these settlements there are. And that 3-partition plan, that 3 partitions of the West Bank itself. I mean, that's how it's exploited, how people are taken advantage of, how Palestinians are taken advantage of. It's devastating.
in addition, there are what are called outposts, which are almost like the eggs of settlements, like they kind of in embryonic form, where there's a bunch of extremists, Israeli activists, often youth, settler youth, take a hill or take a little area, put camps up, and then oftentimes the IDF will de facto kind of defend them, but they're not recognized by the Israeli state. So we saw one recently legalized under Israeli law, but not under international law, outpost. That was Eviatar, and that was there. It was a kind of religious nationalist settlement of a fairly extreme sort, and the caravans. But there's other settlements where they are larger and more suburban looking. Wow. So at least some, and maybe most of the people there will be either economic migrants, interlopers, like they're people who've gone there mainly to get cheap housing. And then some of them are ideological settlers who've come from America or elsewhere. And then there's even more extreme and crazy ones that we didn't get into because most of them don't really want outsiders in there.
You think they know that it's wrong what they're doing?
They know that the world views it as wrong.
As Musa and I drive and are forced to take the long way, I'm struck by the beauty of the land. The rocky, rolling hills of Palestine are like a gently astroturfed hybrid of the sweeping cliffs that surround Lake Mead outside Vegas, and I begin to understand why so many people feel a deep, unshakable connection to the land. It's nice, man. As we make our way to a checkpoint, I notice a strange red sign in the distance.
This road leads to Area A under the Palestinian Authority. The entrance for Israeli citizens is forbidden, dangerous to your lives, and is against the Israeli law.
We need to be quick.
Musa says it's been put up by the Israeli army as a way to instill fear in mainland visitors and restrict commerce, and that it marks the beginning of an Area A enclave. Across the street, I also notice a bulldozer on a hilltop that appears to be tearing down a local village.
The mountain you see on top, it was occupied recently by settlers, and now they are setting up caravans. And you see down the road here, they installed the yellow gate. When they close it, Palestinians who own the agricultural lands, they don't have access to it.
I step across the street to get a camcorder shot.
The soldier is watching us.
English.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm taking a video.
Fuck.
For the crime of taking a camcorder shot of an illegal settlement while in the company of Palestinians within Palestine, I was placed under Israeli detention by 2 teenagers from New Jersey.
No way.
They couldn't explain the crime, but seemed more than happy to give out the time. If you'd like to see and hear about the next phase of our journey, where I explain the interrogation process, visit the Al Ibrahim Mosque on both sides, and witness the invasion of central Hebron by a group of settlers, head to our Patreon.
Dang. Man. Oh, man. Dude, I feel like these are huge. You know, these type of investigative journalisms, you know, outfits like Channel 5 go in there. I think it's so so important. So important. It was released June 24th, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, arrested by 2 teens from New Jersey in the Middle East. That's wild. His Border Patrol videos are too. Yeah, when he was crossing into the United States from Mexico. Yeah, that was wild. But that he decided to do that. Which is a crime. I didn't realize until Channel 5 that I could illegally enter into the United States as a U.S. citizen. Yeah, it's a Birthright Israeli Foundation. They pay for Jewish children to go there as a during their like when they turn 18, right, Michelle? How are they from New Jersey? People go there because they feel like they are helping Israel like in a trying time. So they're trying to give back however they can in their minds. Yeah, devastating. So sad. Like It's sad for Palestinians who aren't. There's no like off road. That's the big problem. It just seems to like just ramp. It's just the whole situation is just ramping up, ratcheting. I mean, my Jewish friends have compassion for the Palestinians, but some don't. Yeah, Michelle. I mean, I think where. Yeah, I don't think that Israel should be dissolved as a nation. I mean, they are a sovereign nation. Even if they were, even if it was the worst case scenario in 1947, they were conceived in, which I don't think that necessarily was. I really don't think so. I think that Nakba wasn't. It was bad, but I also think that, I mean, Jewish people, 2,700 years ago, there is, the kingdom of Israel there. So they do have ties to that specific part of the world. So I feel like, in the late 1800s, when they decided they wanted to have their own nation, again, going back to their ancestral land, I think that makes sense. I think what doesn't make sense is the brutality. I think that's the worst part about it to me, is that like there's just so much. There's so much brutality in it on both. Yeah, that's just what's wild. I mean, I remember growing up, I started paying attention to politics in 1998, and I remember like reading about the suicide bombings like every 2 weeks in Israel. That was like my first geopolitical. It was the second intifada that they were talking about, and it's just it's just so much. Really, Hazel, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like the targeting of children, the targeting of by Israel, like the targeting of children is grotesque. That UN investigative body that came through and saw that was awful. They have like some, as the occupying force, they have an onus and they have a moral and judicial obligation in order to take care of these people. They believe the children will grow up to be terrorists for sure, Michelle. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that they're making more terrorists though by their actions, which is, it's only going to get worse. The problem is that there's no accountability for Netanyahu. He kind of like escapes accountability because of Trump, and he can just go 100% and never be brake checked, So How could I win government from this brutality? How could I fund a government with yeah? Yeah, I mean I definitely don't think that we should be funding definitely not the arms, definitely not any type of defense, right? Because they're like we're seeing there, it's like being used offensively. So I definitely not be okay with that. You know, you have to stop all funding for sure. And we should be coordinating with Israel to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. You know, I mean, that's something that I don't hear talked about at all. Is like, how is Gaza going to be rebuilt now? And it is kind of like, it's kind of like how the Republicans are. The Republicans are taking so much power from the American political system that they're not really expecting to ever give the power away. You know, they're not expecting to give that power to a Democrat. And in the other way, Israel's destruction of Gaza and just like the wholesale like dismantling of all their infrastructure shows that they have no plans on giving it back to the people that live there, right? The Palestinians. So what it feels like is that they're trying to just say, well, it's just waste and rubble now anyway, so we'll just take it over, which is their whole point with Jared Kushner and this whole war peace thing, you know, and we need money to rebuild it. Yeah, exactly, Michael. Here they want to build it into like a casino royale on the Mediterranean. I think we can all understand why some Israelis would have trouble forgiving Palestinians even before October 7th, but any rational person can see Israeli actions as beyond reprehensible now. Yeah, for sure, Jared. I totally agree. Like, I definitely don't think I mean, the taking over of airline jets in the 80s was insane. The suicide bombings in public areas during the Second Intifada was not okay. You know, I mean, that is that can't be okay. You know. I like that F1. Yeah, human conflicts like the Israeli-Palestinian war function exactly like the destruction biological imbalance to the gut, in the gut. Yeah. What do you think of the 1,000-to-1 death ratio that the Israelis are section? Is that fair? I mean, the Israeli side of it is that we are doing the knocks, you know, that they could have done worse, which is very abusive, right? It's like your partner slapping you across the face and then being like, well, I could have right hooked you instead. So that it seems very abusive, because they're running for their lives because of Israeli bombs. And Israel has the capability and the technology in order to specifically go after people. They did that with the pagers. They did that inside hospitals, inside Gaza, where they went and targeted specific people. And I think that they have the technological wherewithal in order to do that. So I think you have to do whatever you can in order to protect the children and the area. Like, you should want to do it with the least amount of murder possible, right? Because you're not every single person that you killed, like the related people are only going to hate you more. There is no road down this. This is my whole mantra when people cringe LARP about like violent revolution in the United States. I'm like, what are you talking about? You know? It's like what? You know, like I mean, there's like that clip of Hassan saying that he wants the roads to run red with the blood of landlords. And you're like, what? Trying to like evoke some Mao shit or something, you know? And that's like cringe, man. Like, what the hell is that? Like, what? Violence only begets more violence, right? Like, you should want people in any political movement, like authoritarian violence-based movements are destined to fail, because you're just going to get to the point where, like, let's say you do win, like that revolution, that violent revolution, like, okay, so now 97% of the country is against you. What happens then? You know what I mean? Even if you do successfully overthrow the government and you take over, you're still a failed state, because you can't have 97% of the population being against you as a stable government. I definitely do not support Mao's eliminating like landlords and making them ending their lives. I mean, that's unhinged. So it's easy to say, you know, like, it's easy to say violence is, I know, you just this one guy, you know, but at the end of the day, you're not solving any problems. So that's the thing. Like I said, like, even if you're successful in overthrowing the government with violence, what's next? Like, how at some point you have to get the people to be supporting you. So are they really going to support you after you've deconstructed their entire infrastructure, after you've laid waste to a bunch of people, you know, and they see those people dead on the ground? That's when they're going to be on your side? Like, benevolent, like for real, or out of fear? Like, hell no. Like, any anti-authoritarian person, like, even if like I am with you, comrade, on the same side, you go like popping random people, you know, like I'd be like, what are you doing? Like, I would be against you. So like, as soon as you go super hard, people like there's a natural pushback. So that's why like you want buy-in. You really want people to be, caring about your movement and creating creating a coalition that's bigger than just the people that you politically organize with, right? That you have to create a political movement that is bigger than just your in group. That's just how politics works. You know what I mean? That we can't just have a political revolution with all the anarcho-communists. You know what I mean? There's it doesn't make any sense. Or the Marxist-Leninists. The Marxist-Leninists are going to do their own revolution. You know what I mean? Like how? How would you possibly do that? Dean Withers and Parkers won't let accelerations talk on their show. They won't let them have a platform. Accelerationists are crazy. Yeah, Michael. I mean, because what happened, accelerationism, and these are the people, I mean, I keep saying it, but Hassan does this all the time, talking about how like Harris's presidency would be just as bad right now and she'd be doing the exact same things as Trump right now. And it's just like, that's just wrong. Like, that's just wrong and that's dangerous. And, but he says that because in his mind, as soon as the downfall of society happens, from the rubble will come this magical revolution. But that's not what's going to happen. We know that's not what's going to happen. Like, if you can't do the hard thing, like, dude, if voting for Kamala Harris was too hard for you, are you really expecting people to like engage violently on your behalf? What? Like someone like voting is too hard of a leap, and that's too much of a bridge too far for some people. But you're gonna give them a firearm and say, "All right, guys, let's go take over the government." What? Like, you can't even vote, bro. You can't even do the bare possible minimum, and you're supposed to do this like this crazy thing. Thank you, Marcia. She would not have bombed Iran. Exactly. I mean, it's just, guys. I mean, to entertain that the Democrats are fascists just as the Republicans are. I mean, that is so lost. That is like such a lost political. Again, so like imagine thinking that the Democratic Party is just as fascist as the Republican Party right now. Again, talk about coalition building. All right, so 50% of the country is voting, right? Democrat or Republican. So that means that by definition, since 50% of the country is voting Democrat and Republican, and if they're all fash, that means 50% of the United States right now is fascist? Like, what? What? I agree, MB. Yeah, exactly. Nope, she wouldn't have done it. She wouldn't have done a quarter of what Trump has done. Exactly. I would say maybe 5%, maybe. And like that. The point is that we have to like build political coalitions with people that are bigger than our own. We have to bring people together in a net that includes people that haven't voted and that are deconstructing from MAGA. They are not fascist. You guys have to stop. I'm not saying that they are fascists, Sacred. What are you talking about? I'm not saying that they're fascist. That was my point. Will masking prevent Ebola? Yeah, PPE does. Yeah. Have you seen the bunny suits that they wear? Are you out of your mind? My whole point was that they weren't fascists, but Republicans are. But by de facto, MAGA is. I mean, de facto, they are fascist. I mean, that's not even a question. You can't even. But accelerationism is so dangerous. It's like conspiratorial thinking where it's like, as soon as you're thinking, hey, maybe I should lose an election to win. What? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense, guys. Like, there's no way what? Fascists don't have a problem saying they're fascists. They don't call themselves that, but because they aren't. Sacred, they literally have Nazi flags at their rallies and nobody is going and trying to get them away. Like, what are you talking about? They openly have that. Whoa, stop the stupidity. Dude, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Like Sacred, they are proudly, they want a Christian white ethnostate. That is what they want. Like they're open about it. This isn't like some crazy conspiracy. Like, people are openly talking that they want that. It's a conspiracy theory. My friend told me DJT is going to run us to the ground and force us to revolution. Yeah. And I mean, if material conditions have gotten so bad, right? All that means is that people with the most power are going to get more power. Who are the people with the most power? The people with the most capital. It really is that simple. That it is just that. Yes, they do, Sacred. They literally do. There are people at Trump rallies with it. That they really are. Yeah. So, if material conditions have worsened to the point that there is no more government, the people with the most power are going to take the most during this deconstructed this revolutionary period, and that is going to be people with the most capital. That's not going to be like, you're not going to be able to have like people power in that moment where people can come together and outweigh that amount of capital. It's just not going to be possible. And if there is that many, like, theoretically, I think that you could do it. If we're talking like hundreds of millions of people coming together, then yeah, I don't think that in a true societal meltdown, Elon Musk could will something that could overthrow that, right? But if we have the political organization and the community to bring 100 million people together, then why don't we have that now? Like, why don't we have half of that now? Why do you think that the downfall of society is going to beget more people to go to the losers. Like, I've never understood that. Like, nobody in a failed revolutionary moment, nobody is going to have pity on some failed revolutionary and be like, you know what? Let's give this guy a chance. No, dude. It's going to go through the dustbins of history, and people aren't going to talk about your revolutionary moment. It's just not going to happen. I'm not denying that there are some people in the United States who think that, but it's small. Yes, Sacred. In which political party do you think that they belong to? Democrats or the Republicans? Not all Republicans are Nazis, but all Nazis are Republicans. That's just the truth. I don't know. There's not, they're being, I mean, this isn't 2016. This is the other thing that I don't get. Like, how can people have normalized Trump to the point where they don't actually understand or see or think that, like, fascism is not apparent? I can understand 2016 Trump not seeing the fascist, like, tendencies, or saying that he is a fascist like leader or something like that. But unless you've just been catatonic for the last 10 years and you haven't been paying attention to politics, or you don't know what's going on, you don't, like, I mean, the definition of fascism is the confluence of government and private powers. Like, he is doing his own cryptocurrency. He's stock trading. He has the world's richest man doing his own ground game in order to help elect him for president. Like, he's swindling billions of dollars every year as president of the United States. Like the idea that this isn't some Spain like fascist movement, it's wild to me. I mean, the only thing that I could think of is that, like, legitimately, if you're 18 right now, like, think about it. If you're 18 right now, Trump has been in your life politically since 3rd grade, and nobody's alive, politically in the 3rd grade. So Trump has kind of been normalized in these young people's minds, unfortunately. And that they fall to both sides a lot, right? They fall to, like, the both sides argument, and that's the sad part. You're holy shit, Sacred. Holy shit. But you have to also be aware of the equally dangerous and violent Marxist ideals on the left. Oh my gosh. Not even close. Not even like the most cringe things that are said by Hassan, like, come close to what Trump is doing. Like, there's not even one iota, or the actual dangerous stuff that Tucker Carlson talks about with trying to create a white ethnostate. Like I'm sorry, but you're, like, numb to reality. Oh my gosh, dude, Sacred, you're lost, dude. You're lost. You're lost. Now you're, like, posting some conspiracy about the Palisades fire. I mean, what are you talking about? Origin of Palisades fire. October 8th, federal authorities arrested a man in Florida and charged him with 3 counts of arson, alleging that he had combustible material. Okay. Okay, I didn't hear this, but okay. So do you think that this is as dangerous? And no, you don't see both sides. No. You're not an enlightened centrist. No. I mean, you're trying to be an enlightened centrist, but all you are is a fascist enabler. That's all you are. You're not. There is no both sides. Hey, Atheist Luke. And plus, wait, so Sacred, if you think both sides and you think that the left is just as dangerous, what democratic person, what democratic lawmaker has espoused this actually being true? And I can literally there are dozens of Republicans that support a white a Christian white nationalist movement. So like what are you talking about? You are a fascist. You are. But like you are literally trying to downplay what's happening with Trump and saying that he isn't one, and that you are saying that this is somehow any equivalent to what is happening. I mean, it's wild. There is no extreme leftism in the United States, Atheist Luke. There isn't. I'm sorry, but there just isn't. I mean, there is no organized left in the United States. There is like the biggest that gets is Hassan Piker, and he does a ton of cringe shit, and I will definitely like call him out, and I do all the time. There are not okay, so Atheist Luke, the difference is that the radicals on the left, like Hassan Piker, nobody with Hassan Piker's views, Marxist-Leninists, is in the DSA or elected into politics in the United States. None of them are. Okay? Hassan is currently riding the coattails of the DSA, who he does not organize with, does not help organize with, and he is basically trying to like follow like on the coattails of these people of electoral wins, when he has been espousing anti-electoralism for years now, saying that electoral politics is completely fruitless and we should not go that direction. So all the people that you're talking about on the left either aren't actually elected into politics, or on the right, though, okay, you literally have the vice president of the United States giving yearly speeches at white Christian nationalist conferences. Like the heads of the Republican Party are the extremists on the right. So to say like both sides on this stuff, extremism is bad no matter what side you're on. In theory, I agree with you. Like I agree with you that the extremism can be bad. Absolutely. Like I talk about how insane like Lysenko was, and how it anti-science behavior over there led to famine and millions of people dying. Like, for for sure, like there's definitely Mao, Stalin, bad people. You know what I mean? like nobody. I'm not a tanky, and I definitely don't hold water for these people. I think Russia is an awful imperialist nation and needs to be curtailed from their aggressions in Ukraine. Yeah, I think it's like pretty apparent that they are annexing parts of Ukraine illegally. I don't think that that's okay. But I don't think that the extremist view on the right, the Overton window is shifted so far to the right that you literally have Trump like acting full authoritarian, full fascist, and people are pointing to people on the left saying that like trans people exist. Like these are not equivalent. These are not equivalent. Isn't Trump supposed to be a moderate? No, atheist Luke. No, he is not a moderate. He is not a moderate at all. It's just not true. Trump like in the 90s was like a moderate Democrat, but he is shifted so far to the right that that is not true. Wait, so you're conflating the amount of left-wing and right-wing terrorist attacks and just saying that they're the same? What are you talking about? Counted 41 left-wing terrorist attacks over the past decade. Dude, are you saying that we have the same amount of left-wing and right-wing terrorist attacks in this country? Like, are you seriously? This is the exact study that you're talking about. So tell me, is there more right-wing or left-wing political attacks here in the United States? Is there more right-wing or left-wing attacks? This is the exact thing that you're talking about. 80% left versus right-wing attacks in the United States. This is literally the exact thing that you're talking about. CSIS. Look at this. CSIS.org. Okay. The issue isn't about the volume. Is the issue is that they exist. So again, sacred. So you think that because there's a single left-wing attack that could denounce over 112 on the right wing versus 13, a tenfold increase. Do you think that that could be completely that's completely annulled? 112 versus 13. A tenfold increase. Oh, thank you, Meteor. Unrelated, I sent an email to your business portal about the docu-series the other day. Thank you. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, Meteor. Appreciate you. Like, I don't understand the point here. They even talk about it in your own thing right here. God, dude, just read people. Just if someone gives you something and they talk about something, read it, because they probably haven't read it themselves. Left-wing weaknesses. Despite the rise in the number of left-wing terrorist attack incidences, there exists several characteristics and conditions that limit the scale and sophistication of the attacks. Their overall low lethality rates in left-wing attacks are probably attributable to several factors, including target selection, target scope, tactical methods employed, and low levels of perpetrator skill. So what do you think has increased in 2025 to make this right-wing thing, this one little blip right here? I wonder, could it be that there is a massive increase of right-wing state-sponsored terrorism? Like, there isn't right-wing terrorist attacks now because the terror comes from the state. ICE are state-sponsored terrorists. Straight up. So why do you think they would call themselves right-wing terrorist attacks? They're just, bro, like, there aren't Proud Boys, there aren't Proud Boy rallies anymore. They just join ICE and do their shit through ICE now. Like, hello? Hello? Hello, McFly? Hello? OMG, ICE has been around for a long time. Oh my gosh. So you think that the level of ICE raids that's been happening since 2004, when ICE was first came into the fold, you think the exact same amount of ICE raids and deployments has been seen across the last 20 years? And Obama deported more people because he was going through jails and prisons. He wasn't going through door to door. Exactly, Marsha. ICE wasn't the president of the United States personal army. Like, holy shit, dude. This is what I was telling you. You're a fascist enabler. This is what I'm saying. I don't care how you vote, if you voted for Obama or not. Yes, exactly, Malanon. They got the brown shirts. They got legitimized. Exactly. ICE was 2004, right? ICE, sorry, 2003. Sorry, I was one year off. Sacred's like, see, you don't know what you're talking about. See, you don't know what you're talking about. January 6th to ICE. Exactly, Justice. Exactly, bro. Exactly. So why would they be cataloging things as that? I mean, stop. It is. I mean, it is a good point in the fact that like we don't need ICE. We have to dismember ICE. We have to. It is a right-wing jobs program right now. That's what it is. ICE is nothing more than a Republican jobs program. It has to be dismantled. And I honestly wouldn't have even said that since Trump. But now it's like it's you just can't, it can't exist in the current state, so it has to be dismantled. There's no other way. The difference was that Obama received more help and handoffs. What are you talking about, dude? Obama went to places that were already detaining people, and he goes into there and deports people that were already detained. They don't have, since Obama deported them, they're not there anymore. So when Stephen Miller tells Trump that we're going to deport 10 million people, and he wants to deport all of these people, where are they going to go? They're going to go to those prisons, and they're going to go to those jails, and they're not there. States were allowing ICE during Obama to go into jails. Sacred, do you know where most ICE arrests happen? Blue states aren't letting ICE to do their thing now. Why? Sacred, do you know where most ICE detentions are happening? Where they're kicking people out? I bet you don't know. Bet you don't know. Probably Googling it right now. Yeah, people are making money off of the ICE detention centers. Exactly. Yeah, Jackie, a lot of courts. Exactly. Courts where people are literally doing the exact right thing, doing nothing wrong, and now they're being arrested for it. No illusion of choice. From what I understand, there's actually more detainments happening in red states. So the idea that ICE is being blocked and stopped is just false. Like, they are going into red states and having a ton of they are getting a ton of people from Republican states. I know, millions. This is from ICE's own website. Arrest by area of responsibility. Look at these, and look at all of these areas with Republican states, and they don't have arrests on them. And they have a ton in northern Texas, Dallas, San Antonio, New Orleans. Like, you don't understand what's happening. Like, you don't understand what's happening. Arrests by criminality and AOR, Dallas, Houston, New Orleans, Miami, Chicago, Newark, they're not being stopped. They're not being stopped by Democratic states. Democratic governors aren't stopping ICE at all. They're cooperating with them. They're not. They're not. No. If you're cooperating, you're doing more. Bro. They are cooperating. Like, there's all these Republican governors are literally working with ICE. Yes, they are cooperating. Yes, Newsom is cooperating. Yes, Bass is cooperating. Yes. What are you talking about? Again, bro, you are on this right-wing algorithm slop, dude. It's just wrong. I'm sorry, you're just wrong. And they still haven't gotten to be able, like, why do you think that they haven't? They live in California. They're not cooperating. What do you think? What is cooperating to your mind? You think that the police should be doing the work of ICE? The police have their own job to do. Like, why do you think that the police should be doing the work of ICE agents? I'm not saying that we need ICE to do that job. I'm saying that they have a job and the police have a job. What are you talking about? I've dismantled every single one of your points with your own data that you haven't even read. I was reading actual data from your exact studies that you hadn't even read. I was reading you paragraphs that completely dismantled everything that you said from your own articles that you didn't read. And I'm not friends with fascists, so you can't call me your friend. How many detainees compared to deported by Trump? How many detainees? He hasn't, I don't know. I know that 70% of people that have been detained are, have no actual crime committed, which is wild to me, because that was the whole point of this whole thing, that we are getting the worst people out. We are getting the worst people out of the country, and that's obviously not true, which I don't even support, by the way. Even if someone did murder my wife and was an immigrant, I would still want them to stay in the United States so that that person can have justice done to them in the United States. The idea that these people are going to be deported and I don't know where they're going to go, how do I know that justice is going to be served? If they have done a heinous act, then they should definitely be staying. So that's 100%. Yeah, exactly, Hazel. It's so obvious, like that these people are like, again, we have the most unserious fascists in the world. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a blessing and a curse. It's a curse because they're aimlessly like spouting off BS and stuff. But it's a blessing in the fact that they're not serious in what they do, and they're not able to like literally get these things done And that's the scary part for me, because it's like, what if someone actually competent and that actually cares about this stuff actually starts doing this? Then we're really scared, and then we're really screwed. Exactly, Jared. Yeah, not only have many of them not committed crimes, but now they're victims of crimes. Exactly, dude. Exactly. So, and talking of exactly what we were talking about with the Palestinians, by the way, like, we are just breeding terrorists from these detainment camps. You know, these people that have been unjustly detained, their families have been ripped apart, their lives have been stolen from them. Like, what do you think is going to happen, guys? 20 years from now, these kids are going to come back, try to get a piece of it. And what are we going to say? Didn't see that coming. That's crazy. No way. Really? We couldn't have seen that coming, guys? They parrot the rhetoric of the administration. Yeah. How do we reverse this course? So, I mean, I think that genuinely people live their lives, like, how people view reality now is through their algorithms and social media. I genuinely feel like there has to be some type of way that we kind of take back the truth on these algorithms in social media, because this is how I think that people would more likely believe their social media feeds than their own eyes and ears. Genuine. I really do feel like that's the case. And we are kind of in that cycle. And we have to fight it on these apps. I really think that is a huge portion of this. And we have to start building a political revolution at this point. I mean, there is no way. I mean, you basically, the United States is on a path of like fascism, and I think that's like an 80% chance of happening, and then like a 20% chance of like the Democrats winning. But unfortunately, in that 20% chance of the Democrats winning, like 18 of that 20% is Democrats having like a status quo, where nothing has really changed and they don't really address the systemic issues. So I'd say like a 2% chance of like us actually coming through and really fighting systemically. The real question as Democrats is, do we fight with the new Constitution as it's written today in the 2026 Constitution, or do we fight with the 1787 old style Constitution? And I think that you have to, as Democrats, fight with the new Constitution. I don't think that anyone wants to see the 1787 Constitution after it was ratified. I don't think there is any chance that anyone's going to be satisfied with that. I don't think it's possible. Can we win in social media if the oligarchs have the platforms and control the reach? I worry about that, Malanon, personally, because I can't even talk about science that I've done. Like, I can't even talk about anti-cancer algae that I've made on TikTok. You know what I mean? Like, I get misinformation flags constantly talking about peer-reviewed scientific research that I've done myself and I've published. So it's very weird. It's very weird. Yeah, Jackie, I think that we have to have new blood. We have to take over the Democratic Party. That's basically it, right? There is no other path. We either take over the Democratic Party with new ideas, new approaches, or we're doomed. I mean, this is the fight of our lives. This is the fight of our lives. You know, it is what it is. It sucks. But, and maybe we fight for status quo. But I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep fighting. Like there's no way that I'm going to not do everything I can to rise to this moment for myself, my family, for my kids. You know, I'm there. Like we have to. There's no other option, right? Oh, the Supreme Court mounting on. I mean, so the Supreme Court is like one of the most easy changes. I mean, we've literally changed that so many times in the past. Like, if there's any Democrat that can't, if it's even a question on whether or not we change if there's even a slight question on whether or not we should change the makeup of the Supreme Court after they denied Obama his constitutional ability to have a Supreme Court seat, I don't think they're serious. Like you have to unpack the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is tainted and corrupted now. We have to uncorrupt the Supreme Court. You can impeach, but there's no way you're going to be able to get the 60. I think it's like 60 or something in the Senate. It is corrupt. But at the same time, like, there's a systemic problem that Trump has shown through his authoritarian bent, is that there is no way for the courts to enforce anything. Because the DOJ is under the executive, there literally is no possible way for the president to be removed from office. Like he's, you know, the commander in chief of the military. He has the FBI, he has the police all under him. Stack the court? Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to call it like uncorrupting the court or unstacking the court, because the Republicans stacked the court. They did stack the court. So I would unstack the court by appointing, I'd probably like double the amount of justices or something like that. They can take gifts. I know. Isn't that wild? They can just openly take. I mean, like Trump does too. Trump takes gifts. The Supreme Court justices take gifts. I mean, it's just open and corrupt. If you guys want some good news, I just made flan from scratch for the first time and it was flawless. Let's go, Echo. Nice. Guys, I make a mean cheesecake. I'm a big cheesecake guy. My wife loves cheesecake, so I took it on myself to learn how to make cheesecake, and I make a cheesecake with a ginger snap cookie crust crumble on the outside. It's incredible. It's very good. It's very good. I make it for Thanksgiving, and then I do my the turkey in the pellet smoker. It's very good. At least 3, yeah, Marie. I mean, I think we just like double it or something, and yeah, I think I actually like Pete Buttigieg's idea here. Like you have some that are permanent, and then some that are that have term limits, like timed, like yearly limits, so that they rotate out, and you have like every president gets 2 appointees to that. I think something like that. I think that's a cool idea. I did see that, Michelle. It's just wild. I'm not surprised, Michelle. I think it is very scary. You know, I think about that with my kids and my house and stuff, and like scientists and like are more out and exposed than others too, you know. 8-year term limits, each president gets 2. Interesting. I would increase the term of presidents. I'd probably do 6. I'd probably increase everything by 2. House by 2, make it 4, Senate to 8, president to 6. I think that's a good idea. We're like constantly in campaign mode, and like not enough stuff gets done, and I don't like that. I like France does presidents every 6 years. I think that's a good idea. Presidents are too powerful if they control the police and justice department. Exactly, Steve. Yeah, I think that is the fatal flaw that Trump has shown. So, and then, okay, so if you can just get banned, dude. That is the fatal flaw that he has. I know, guys. If you're anti-Semitic, I'm just gonna ban you. I like that's crazy. The Senate needs term limits. I am not for term limits anywhere. I think that you have to keep democracy. You have to, if it's democratically ran elections, then I'm okay with it. I'm not for term limits though. I think, and I think that like, especially for president, I do not think that we should have term limits for president at all. I mean, the reason why we have term limits, which is the reason why Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell have had more of a generational impact on our politics than Obama. You know, Obama would have been a 3-term president for sure, maybe even a 4. So, yeah, I don't think it's fair for president at all, actually. For age limits, I don't think, man, that age limits is tough. I don't think so. Again, like I could see some scenario with like an aging population or something like that, where you want like an elderly president, and there might be like, you know, what if the topic of, you know, that election year is like Social Security, right? So like elderly people want to vote more often in that election in order to really represent and get someone in there that understands their views on Social Security. You didn't see a problem with that with our Supreme Court? Yeah, our Supreme Court makeup is wrong. Like, yeah, but I think it's narrow. I think we should have more. I think we should have way more Supreme Court seats. I think you should have to take tests if you were 80. My mom retired at 60. Nice, dude. That's nice. Hey, Vodka. The same person being president for decades is not a good thing. Just look at Congress. I mean, Fizzle, I mean, if they're democratically elected, I mean, Fizzle, I mean, the problem is, guys, you're looking at Congress and you're looking at all those old people that are being elected, but you're not looking at the people in that district that think that person is the best that they can get. So it's a problem. The problem is that good candidates aren't running to take those people out of those seats. Okay, that's the problem. It's not too many people are running for Congress because Congress is too expensive to run at. That's the problem. The systemic problem is the cost of doing an election, not an arbitrary age limit. So I am always going to side on the side of like more democratic means and more democratic ways of solving problems, like pretty much unilaterally across everything. Is it really dramatic elected anymore? Cory Booker had no one against him. I mean, he could have got primaried, Michelle. You know, I refer to a number of justices who held on too long to their seats. So RBJ, yeah. I also look at senators who have a chokehold on their states without terms. Fresh faces don't get a shot. No. So Jared, I mean, a lot of I think with social media, it's very easy now for an upstart political campaign to do well. I think a lot of the incumbency advantage that you would get normally with the name recognition, that kind of like, you know, having that institutional advantage kind of gets taken away by social media and by the ability to kind of like become viral. Every politician now is a content creator now, de facto. You know what I mean? Like Mamdani showed that. I think that you and Biden showed that in the fact that he wasn't a content creator and yet he was so successful and yet he doesn't get any recognition. So you have to, if you're a politician, the way that people understand and how they view your successes are through social media. So social media becomes the lens in which how people understand your politics and see your results in action. So I don't think that an incumbency advantage is stronger now. I think you have less. Souls, exactly. Mamdani is the template for every other Democrat to run on how he used social media and he continues to use social media to show and say like the amazing things that he's doing. It's not so much being a creator as it is about communicating and being accessible, visible. Well, I mean, that is what being a creator is, right? And having that brand, having that image, having that look, you know, of like, this is how I want it to look. You're never gonna be a politician and fully give your brand over to someone else. You know what I mean? Your manager and stuff like isn't going to, you're not going to allow them to orchestrate everything. Like you definitely need to be in there, like knowing what looks good, figuring out what the shots are, what we should run when. And you have to, as a politician, you'd have to be on top of that. I love that Mamdani is so effective and also so positive. Yeah, I agree. He's a very positive person. I mean, I think Mamdani is the blueprint for all Democrats going forward. I think so. I think even for people that don't have his politics, it's going to be that's going to be the blueprint going forward. So even if they don't follow his particular like goals. Obama really was the first to effectively use social media. I agree, Mary. I agree. Technically, is Howard Dean, and Obama stole Howard Dean's digital like game. But I know what you mean, and I totally agree. Am I wrong to think the 25th Amendment could be used to remove 47? Oh, Jackie, you're 100% right. 100% right. And in normal scenarios, he would be. But we are not in normal scenarios. He's a fascist demagogue leader of a cult. So that's where we stand. That's where we stand. It does rely on the cabinet. Yeah, his administration has to be okay with that. Yeah. What's up, YouTube chat? You guys still there? How are you doing? I love Howard Dean. I do too. I think he got so derided with that scream. It was so weird. Congress maybe, but look at the numbers of reelected senators. It's a high clip. Yeah, for sure. Social media may get us closer, but what does that data show? Only 3 incumbents lost in 2024. 20 were reelected. Yeah. I mean, Jared, I just think that it's just because there's not a lot of good candidates. Democrats do a bad job of doing work in the off season. You know, basically, like, Democrats don't like build organizations. They don't work to organize. They, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of these guys are just kind of showing up and saying like, hey, I'm here. I'm different than this other person that's 70 years old. Vote for me. And it's like, well, what have you done? What have you accomplished? Oh, not much. Plattner is a great example of this. Like, what did he actually do? You know, what did he actually do in order to get like this attention and the spotlight and like this need for him to be in the Senate? Like, really nothing. So I'm not like impressed. I don't think that like Plattner is like the real example of it. Do you think the latest anonymous 79-year-old receiving a new drug might impact if it turns out to be 47? I don't know what you're referring to, Jackie G. The infamous scream. Dude, you know, I saw this there was a the Howard Dean scream there's someone analyzed all of the waveforms of all the mics and they couldn't find it. It's like it's an artifact of something. Like there was some other like it's really weird. I could have sworn I don't see you helping Venezuela. Why would I mean, I'm helping Venezuela by rallying against Trump. Oh, really? I know, right, Mary? Right. Dean in Iowa, yeah. The electorate is lazy, but also defeatist. Yes. No, Jared, that's what I'm saying is that, like, Democrats, the reality is, I mean, people aren't going to like this, but, like, Democrats just get outworked by Republicans in politics. We just do. Like we're not as engaged as they are in terms of, like, doing political organizing. We don't create institutions like the right does. We don't get as involved with local politics. So, like, you know, the teabag movement in 2008 was in like every single, you know, dog catcher election that they could. You know, they just out organize us. And what happens is that we haven't done the work in order to, like, really show people that these ideas can work at a bigger scale. And that's why we don't get votes. That's why we don't get votes. Like there's never going to be a Green Party president before there is a Green Party governor or a Green Party mayor. You know what I mean? So you have to, like, do what we can in order to build the trust of people in a democracy. It's just what it is. Well, everything is top down and money for everything over there. See, Mount On, that is the wrong take, though, because Mount On, you're giving an excuse for why Democrats have low funding in their organizations, not zero. Like there should be democratic organizations, but they're just not funded well because we don't have as many billionaires as we do on the right. So that's just what it is. You know, we just don't have the political organizations. Like Charlie Kirk, for example, wasn't just a person. He was Turning Point USA. So he wasn't like just a guy with a YouTube channel. He is creating an institution that then served himself, chapters, nationwide, engaged people, all that kind of stuff. We don't have anything on the left like that. We have Unfuck America, which is awesome, and Z's doing awesome work. I think that it's really important stuff. But like we have to get involved, you know. Yeah, but he was recognized by a rich sponsor and given money. Yeah, he was, for sure. He was given money by the Koch brothers, for sure. But again, like Mount again, but that means that like the democratic organizations need to be scrappier. We need to, you know, work outside of capital. We have to work, and that experience, that mechanism of organizing is going to be good for when we have the money and the capital and we have the institution, because we have the executive experience to run an organization like that. Do you know what I mean? But we don't. We just don't get that. Hey, Justin. Good night, Michelle. Thank you. Appreciate you saying that. Yeah, exactly, Renee. People just aren't organizing enough. It really is that simple. We let them focus on 1% of the people. Then they call him the Tim Walz tampon Tim. He just signed a bill to put stuff in bathrooms. They frame the situation, and now that's what they claim to fame. Yeah, exactly, Michael. Like the right gets to frame every single issue in American politics because the left isn't as engaged. I mean, guys, like when you go places at the local level, there's just more Republicans there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, there's just more Republicans at small town mayors and city halls and board of education meetings, that kind of stuff. Like and those people aren't getting paid by Turning Point USA. They're not getting paid by the Koch brothers to be there. They're just more involved. So we get outworked. And then the problem is on the left, then you have people that are like, maybe I don't even want to vote for the Democrats. And you're like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you haven't even done the bare minimum to actually change or move the needle whatsoever. And then now these people complain that the candidate doesn't perfectly match their values. Like, what? Like, how does, like, we haven't even done any of the bare, like, voting is bare minimum, guys. Voting is bare minimum. If you're not voting, you're below bare minimum of what's possible and what you should be doing. Canvassing is definitely a good thing. I think canvassing is a big thing. Like I canvassed in Nevada for Harris. It was a triple one. So it was Harris and a purple House and a Senate seat. So I was canvassing in Nevada. I drove 10 hours. I drove 10 hours from San Diego to Reno, and I canvassed Saturday and Sunday, and I knocked on 100 doors and contacted like 200 people, you know? So it's like, I didn't do much. I don't think that it came down to that. But like if everyone was willing to do something, then things would have changed. It's like, yeah, so let's get right wing. Yeah, exactly, Mount on. Like it, the only right or the only correct position is to do everything that we can in order to oppose everything that's happening. Yeah, socialism is definitely not the problem, bro. That is not like how could having more democracy at work be a bad thing? Helen Mary 158. Can you explain to me why more democracy at work would be a bad thing? Helen, the democratic establishment should step aside and have the new generation of leaders do the work. Helen, I mean, I agree with you, but we also need like leaders like Obama to step up, Mamdani to step up, AOC to step up, right? And like we need these people. We need AOC to be the future of the Democratic Party in the House. She needs to be the new Nancy Pelosi. We need Mamdani to run for Senate so that he can, be the next Chuck Schumer, so he can be the majority leader, so he can shepherd in the Democrats like a Mitch McConnell, for decades, right? They are exactly anti-fascist frogs. That is the anti-fascist frog, ladies and gentlemen. American hero. We need people to stand up like the anti-fascist frog did. That the thinking outside the anti-fascist frog. Like, I mean, he's here, but and I say this even when he's not here. But the point is that that's the outside of the box thinking that really resonates. That's more important than capital, right? Like by doing that, what he did, making those iconic photos and videos, like it's transcended politics generationally, so that my kids now see my anti-fascist frog shirt and they're like, what is that frog doing? And why is he standing up against Darth Vader? And like, I think it's probably one of the most important political icons, at least in my generation, that I can think of genuinely. But that's the type of like truly brilliant political thinking that we need, and that is the only way that we are going to win against a trillionaire. Okay? Against a trillionaire, ladies and gentlemen. Like there isn't going to be a billionaire that saves us. There isn't going to be capital that can save us from this. I think that's fair. I think that they aren't. Yeah, they're not. I understand what you're saying, and the true the set like sense of the word, because like the original left-right paradigm in France was for or against capitalism. I think, I do think, yes, like I think that they are technically a center-right party, in the Democratic Party for sure. But I think that the left-right paradigm in the United States is aligned more with like institutions. So like the left is for institutions, in that like we could think that government can solve problems, and the right is anti-institution, anti that. So yeah, it's true. I don't think that no one on the left is talking about extreme policies. Yeah, I agree, Mount on. I think dude, I love sacred is profane. I love your like enlightened centrist like viewpoint. It's so naive. It's so funny. Communism is not fascism. That is not true. Communism is the collective, like the government owning the means of the production, right? And creating a equitable government that is for equitable outcomes over private profits. So, and then right wing politics is about private profits, right? Private property. And fascism is the confluence of private property and the power that is created with that, and the money and the power of private capital with the state and the military and the monopoly of violence. With a demagogue leader, and because that relies on xenophobia in order to other people. So, yeah, anti-fascist frog. I mean, post Vanguard Party, right? I think like the stateless, classless society that Marx envisions and stuff. I mean, I don't, how we even get there. Like maybe. I feel like that's the problem that I have. I'm more like ANCOM than ML, but I feel like the Vanguard Party is like, I feel like there's no reason for the Vanguard Party to dissolve. You know what I mean? I don't think that it would. That's what it scares me about it. Yeah, Marx did talk about socialism as a stepping stone to communism. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, your boy. Thank you. But yeah. Yeah, I think that the democratic ownership of the means of production, which is kind of like the academic definition of socialism. I mean, basically it's the workers owning the workplace. So kind of like the baristas owning the coffee shop collectively. Man is not utopian enough to live under a true Marxist ideology. I mean, what about democratic socialist countries in Europe who are not on the way to communism? Man, Jackie, I have such a problem with people thinking that they're democratic socialists, though, to be honest with you, because like they're monarchs. They're not. I don't see I don't see them as democratic socialists. I see them as like kings and monarchs that you basically give. You're asking for your rights. I truly don't think that you can ever be free or liberated in a society where you're begging for your rights from a king or an authoritarian. Communism is primarily authoritarian rule. I mean, you can have authoritarian communism, you can have anarcho-communism. So there's different ways, different styles. far left communism and far right fascism are both authoritarian. Authoritarian, like Marxist Leninism, sure. I mean, you have at the end of the day, like Marxist Leninism requires a vanguard party that is going to like distribute all of the resources, and then dissolve the vanguard party, and then the stateless, classless society is like birthed from that. Most of the monarchs are symbolic and do not make policy. Cool. Then dissolve themselves. I don't like PM. If there was one thing that I've learned from Trump is that these like handshake deals that these monarchs have with their parliaments like don't mean shit. And by the way, a lot of these like the UK, for example, doesn't even have a constitution, a written constitution. It just has common law. So it's like it's very dangerous. It's I do not see the monarchs ever being dismantled by parliament and the monarchs going, okay, sounds good. See, capitalism and communism isn't in the weeds with contract theory for economic theory. Okay. The libertarian economics movement is feudalism with a king. All right, guys, I am going to head out. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I'm going to try to stream during the day tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to be... oh, dude, F-on. Thank you so much. Dude, F-on. 25-pound super chat. Thank you so much, F-on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. That is so kind. That is so kind for you. Thank you so much. Oh, you're the best. You're the best. That really means a lot to me. Yeah, guys, can you get your heart music before I go? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for all the donations, guys. F-on, Meteor with the super chat. Stop the stupidity with another 5 gifted subs. Guys, if you're not hanging out in YouTube chat, like, Stop the Stupidity is doing like 5 gift subs every night. So it's like, just to hang out in there, you're going to get a gift sub. They had 10 actually tonight, 10 gift subs. Helen with the super chat. Thank you so much. Oh, dude, you're awesome, Stop the Stupidity. I really, really appreciate you. I think mods can't claim the gift subs. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you, F1, for the science stickers. Let's go. Science shields. Thank you, Justin. Hey, thank you, Anti-Fascist Frog in chat. Thank you for their hanging out. Appreciate you. Thank you for everyone chatting with me, hanging out. Yeah, well, we'll hang out tomorrow. And then I'm going to a rave on Saturday. Let's go. I mean, Sunday, let's go. Me and Mrs. Dr. G are having a little rave date. You know what I mean? So that'll be fun. So they can on YouTube. Nice. Sacred. What are you doing? I'm gonna post photos on the Discord, Heather. I'm gonna be wearing single digit square inches of clothing. Okay, it's It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be yeah, it'll be cool. It's by the water in San Diego, so it's like right on the harbor. It's beautiful. It's so cool. It's amazing. So I know I was supposed to cut weight, and I'm like Fatty McGee over here. So it's okay though. It's all right. I am like training really hard on jujitsu, and I'm like weightlifting really hard. So I just kind of like want to keep my muscle mass right now. But I do need to cut weight for Worlds in God, it's like 70 days now. So I need to start like cutting it down. So yeah, we'll hang out tomorrow, and then tomorrow night for sure. And then probably early night just so I could sleep, and then we'll hang out. All right. Bye, everyone. Thanks for hanging out again. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Bye. Oh, I will. Thank you, Hazel.